Alright, let's jump right into this.
You come get the voodoo.
You watch yourself, man. Drakuru be shrunken more heads than I can remember. And even if I could remember, I couldn't count that high. Luckily for you, I'd be stuck in this cage, or I'd be adding one more to the list. But things being what we are, maybe we be putting our differences aside for a time, yeah? Drakuru knows things, man. Things that will aid you in your struggle here. He cuts the palm of his hand through one of his tusks and extends it through the cage. What you say, man? Truce?
Spirits be with you,
Well,
man.
I'll go grab the dull carving knife. Shunk! Ouch!
Relax.
And I'll shake his hand.
Be seeing ya. What you want?
Dare, we be connected by blood, man. A true bond we be having. You listen carefully to Drakuru, Wogan. There be much we can do. First things first, man. There be some preparatory work we need doing. No telling how long they gonna keep me here. You be needing a powerful elixir so we can keep it in touch. Lucky for you, I know just a thing. And the ingredients are close by. I need a vial from the pretty little troll over there, some water weed from the lake, and a few leaves from around the camp here. Hurry now, man, before they be hauling me away.
Stay away from the voodoo.
Because my claws aren't dull, Permeus.
Talk to me.
Yes, could I have some, a vial? Actually, I want to sell to you really quick. Also, I have full heirloom gear on right now. In answer to the question that was just asked.
Be good.
It's okay, Tom and Korea. Bonds of blood, they be very strong, especially amongst the trolls. In actual fact, I gotta be honest, it's really funny that they start off this quest chain with a blood bond, because that's not the kind of thing you do lightly. In general, I mean, that has a lot of significance even amongst races who don't actually practice magic with blood. The trolls, on the other hand, if they make a blood bond with you, that's a big deal. Now, granted, it works in both directions, so, I mean, hey, but still. I had to actually sit back and think for a moment about an in-character reason for why my main character going through here, Frozen, or Zulash actually, would do that. I came up with one, though. It was actually kind of ironic. See, my personal in-character reason for doing this, well, the Drakari in general are kind of a lost empire sort of a situation. They haven't been at their height in years. And I'll talk about more of that when we actually get into Zul'Drak proper. So the idea here was more along the lines of, she understood that this might be a troll who she can bond with, and therefore kind of uplift, because he's clearly an intelligent troll, and try to coordinate with him, you know, organize with him. Maybe try to redeem the Drakari, maybe gain the Drakari as an ally against the Scourge. I mean, there's a lot of possibilities here. That, of course, yeah. Anyways.
What be on your mind?
Favorite legendary weapon? You know, I'm not really sure I have one, per se. I have all the legendary weapons except for the rogue daggers. But... yeah. He takes the ingredients and deftly combines them into a vial. This should do it, man. Now be time to get to work. A legendary set of artifacts lost for thousands of years were created to make the Draktaron keep impervious. Most be thinking they be myth, but Drakuru knows better, man. I nearly discovered where one be, but got captured while interpreting. You gotta summon me soul back there so I can finish reading them. Go use my elixir at the brazier southwest of here. You'll have to mix in my frozen mojo of me brothers. I hate to see me brothers fall, but it'll all be for the greater good.
Spirits be with you, man.
My main character was Zulash. She has since retired from the planet.
Greetings, man.
Ugh, wrapping up these unfortunate trolls be making my heart ache, but not so much as me back. Help old Brigman haul one of these carcasses over to Mac. If they don't burn, they'll be walking again in no time.
Spirits be with you, man.
All right, I'll carry the corpse over. Carrying the corpse, carrying the corpse, carrying the corpse on over. Why don't we burn them over there? There you go, I burned your troll.
Good day to you.
Nothing better than watching them scourge burn. Wrote a little song about it. Want to hear it?
See you later. See you around.
Scourge trolls roasting on an open fire. That's it, as far as I got. What'd you think?
You need something?
Yeah, you gotta start burning these corpses before they start walking around again. Pop always said, only worse than having to kill a troll is having to kill a troll twice. Okay, yeah, fine, I get it. Please stop talking. Just being near you is making me intoxicated. God.
How you doing, man?
Say, what'd you hear? How about you help old Pigman out with a little chore? I got a friend who can make a mean stew, one like you never tasted before. There'll be a few ingredients around these parts he'd be needing. What do you say, man? So, serpent eyes, sweet roots, and mushrooms. Actually, it wouldn't surprise me if he was a trollbane. Or at least one of the Arathi in general. So Zalash. Who here would like to hear the story of Zalash? Echo and agent of the Imperium. Who is also my main character through the majority of World of Warcraft. Alongside Zagmus II and Dying Scream. Anyone? You can say no, it's legitimate, but I was asked this earlier too, and I kind of got off on a big lore tangent, so I never actually got to answer the question. I never be answering that question, Mon. I didn't mean to ignore it. It just kind of be happening. You know how it works. That's about the 5th one I've seen, Lurker. There's been quite a few, actually. I like Deutsch's response. Yeah, I guess. I mean, you know, if it shuts you up for 5 minutes. I hate you so much. I want to kill you. I want to kill you so much. Zagmus I died during the Primes storyline. Some of you may actually remember the Primes. What Reach said is true. 2 of the people who have been most funding this lore run have said yes, so I suppose I am absolutely obligated to do so. Zalash is one of the older of the Echoes. In fact, I believe that if we're counting Zagmus and Zalenarm, who, as I've actually described before, are not actually Echoes, they're different. So if we're counting them, that would make her the 3rd of all the Echoes ever created. So she's one of the founding members of the Bastion. She was actually around for the Hatred debacle and all the events thereof. She is probably considered the most overall competent and skilled, emphasis on the word skilled, of the various Echo members. She's also probably the strongest, not counting Zagmus I himself. Now, you might be thinking, why is there a Zagmus I and Zagmus II? Well, it's kind of like this. Zagmus I actually ended up sacrificing his life in a story that it's from the Primes. I couldn't possibly summarize those events for you there. Another individual, known as Merlinay, who is arguably one of the main characters of the setting, she came along and basically stole away bits and pieces of Zagmus I's memory when he died, when he sacrificed himself in order to stop madness. In so doing, she was able to create an incomplete duplicate of him. Something built out of... She basically built whole cloth with just a few of his fragments of memory. So Zagmus II isn't really Zagmus I in any strict sense of the word, but because the word Zagmus, the name Zagmus, was so important to him, it was the name he insisted was his own. You know what I mean? So Zagmus II, who I will henceforth refer to simply as Zagmus II, I'm kidding. I was going to just start calling him Zagmus 2.0 because that's actually what I think of him as and what he's written as in my notes. But Zagmus 2.0 was crafted by Merlin in order to take care of a particular world she had a vested interest in. That world is Azeroth. I'm not going to explain why Merlin was interested in Azeroth. The fact that it's a Nexus world alone gives her enough reason to do so. This was quite a while ago, actually during the Troll Wars, back in negative 2800. So, you know, about almost 3 millennia ago. That's roughly when that happened. Sometime during the Troll Wars, Zagmus 2.0 encountered a woman whose name was Ilaria of the Nethermist. Ilaria of the Nethermist was actually a very, very skilled warrior, elven woman, who actually became very close to Zagmus. Not romantically, by the way, just to make that clear. But they were basically Nakama. They fought together during the Troll Wars, and she helped him to actually form a personality, because he actually didn't have a personality when he first came into being. So he was just basically a robot that insisted his name was Zagmus, even though it kind of wasn't. And the two of them helped in several key ways to assist the elven forces to hold the line until the humans could be taught magic and fight back against the Troll Wars. Ilaria and him, like I said, good friends, their families grew together. Her family basically took him in. If you're paying attention, he wasn't actually a high elf. Sorry, Mind Blast. He isn't actually a high elf, he is a construct who happens to have slowly, that is correct, Magic Vanilla. I'm surprised you remembered that. Yes, the creation of Zagmus 2.0 was fueled by core energy. That is correct. Anyway, Zagmus 2.0, Zagmus II, he acts like a droid. I mean, obviously I agree to droid theory. I'm the one who came up with the term. So the more he interacted with people and normal things, the more he developed a sense of self and a personality. He actually ended up breaking from Merlin's control. Merlin originally intended him to be a puppet. The Lady Ilaria and her the Nethermist people, the Nethermist family of the High Elves, adopted him in, took him in, and he effectively started functioning as her brother, for all intents and purposes. The two are very, very close friends. Fast forward about 2,000 years, and this is about when events really started getting serious in terms of Warcraft. This is about when Zalash enters the picture. Zalash was born as well, hang on. Let me go ahead and turn in this quest before I advance. Let's just do that really quick. Here's Dracurio. Yes. You done good, man. I can read the walls just fine from here. I've got it, man. To the north, on the ziggurat at Zeb-Halak, be a stone head with ruby eyes. One of them be the eye of the prophets. Bring it to the brazier there and drink my elixir. Again, you'll be needing some mojo from your elixir to work. This time from the warlord Zimbo. It'd be a shame to be killing Zimbo, man. But he swore a blood oath to defend Drak'Tharan, and he done failed. Now, at least his mojo be helping us reclaim the Drak'Tharan.
Stay away from the voodoo.
I'll be waiting, man. So Zalash was actually born into this setting as a relatively young elven woman. Specifically, actually, a night elf who died during Warcraft 3, is the nicest way I can put that. But that was actually all part of the plan, because it was always intended for her to be risen as one of the Scourge. However, if you're paying attention, that means because of how echoes work in general, how agents work in general, she had to actually be born, raised as a night elf, go through all the motions basically, knowing that her eventual goal is to die, and then be risen again and have no real power over herself as a Scourge. So she had to endure that and the horrors of being a Scourge for some time. She was willing to do it, but yeah. You might ask, well, why even bother with that? Well, because the whole point of Zalash, and the reason she was inserted into that particular point in time, is she was there to assist the Forsaken, and the Horde in general, which it was perceived needed the help the most of the various factions who were vying for dominance by the time WoW itself came out to be. Where's the... Isn't he, like, in here? Yep, he's right there. I was right. What do you know? Alright. Killed him. Hang on just a second, guys. Debatable. Oh. There we go. Okay. I like the arrows. The rationalization, to my knowledge, was just, oh, we need to split up the sides. The eventual rationalization was that the Night Elves are uppity bastards who have no idea how to let things go, basically. So they blamed all orcs ever for Grom's desecration of the trees back during Warcraft 3. Therefore, they refused to ally with the Tauren, who have been their allies for generations. And they refused to unite with the Darkspear trolls, with which they actually had a fairly strong bond in just general druidism and shamanistic magic. And they refused to go together with Thrall and the other orcs who actually had a strong alliance with them during the final days of the war. It's stupid, is the answer, Sir Arthur. It's stupid. Moving on. Let's go ahead and drink the thing really quick. If I could ever find... There we go. Alright, I need to get the gem really quick. Let's go grab that. There we go.
What's be on your mind?
You got the eye of the prophets, man. This be it, man. It be even more precious than I hoped. Just be sure to bring my people close in these dark times. No time to waste now. Let's be seeing where the artifact be hiding. Secrets of the ages be revealed to me now. Ah, great be my destiny's island. You be lucky to know me. You're gonna find a heart lying near the corpse of a goblin east of here. He be up in a chamber near a rivet of broken trees. Hurry him on before someone else find it.
You be careful, man.
Yeah, we'll do that. See you around, Deutsch. Yeah, it was... Yeah, they basically just hand-waved the, I don't understand your question, JDP. See, because, okay, so Zalash actually was then raised as an undead and functioned as a, member of the Scourge for some time, and then was one of the ones who was specifically positioned to be freed by Sylvanas once the events of Frozen Throne happened. That would be cool, mind blast. Oh, hey, here's the gem. This unfortunate goblin must have unearthed the heart of the ancients during his excavations. It's doubtless he had no clue to his nature. Hey, man, this eye of the prophets be great. I be using it to see that you got the heart now. Not bad. Now you just gotta bring it to the brazier at Drakatal Passage. Drink me elixir. This time, you're gonna need some desperate mojo. Okay, I can do that. I can get desperate mojo. Also, this really says something. The Drakari, who are a powerful, proud race, are so afraid and terrified and fleeing before the Scourge. I mean, yeah. Anyways, so Zalash was always intended to be someone to assist the Horde, and the Forsaken in particular, to prevent them from becoming what they ended up becoming. Now the catch is, Zalash is an excellent warrior, and a very skilled fighter, and someone who can take down armies if need be. She's not the smartest person around. And she's not exactly what you would call skilled at diplomacy, or tactics, or long-term thinking, or anything along those lines. You might be like, well, why does that even matter? Well, she's the one who is responsible for uplifting Garrosh. As I've been pointing out throughout this campaign, you know, the player character was responsible for that. So yeah, in the Imperium, she was the specific individual responsible for uplifting Garrosh. And then she was the one responsible for a number of other atrocities and problems throughout the course of WoW's history. Until it got to the point where she started to realize she had no idea what she was doing, and it started to really bother her. It reached a culmination during the end of Pandaria, where she actually charged into Garrosh's throne room personally, challenged him to a duel one-on-one, and broke the single most important covenant of the Bastion. She actually revealed her true self while still in assignment. And that was a really, really big violation of protocol, in addition to the fact that it caused some very negative long-term effects, which we're still actually feeling to this day. It was so bad that she ended up actually completely abandoning the area entirely. And but what I mean by that is, in abandoning the areas, I mean Zalash left. She left Azeroth in its entirety. She never came back. She was so guilt-ridden and so horrified at what she had done that she believed Azeroth was better off without her. So that's why I bothered to drop the however much money on the character name change, so that Zalash would go away and Frozen Sorrow could take her place. And I feel really, oh yeah, that Garrosh is extremely dead, Psychotic. It actually takes surprisingly little rewriting to still have Warlords of Draenor happen and just remove Garrosh from the equation. You might be like, well, how dead is he? Well, Zalash actually was wielding Shadowmourne when she fought him. She was the one who, in the Imperium story, actually built Shadowmourne, crafted it, forged it, etc. And she had never actually consumed the souls of any of her opponents except for one. She used it on Garrosh, trapped his soul within it, and then left with it to make sure that he would never be able to be resurrected. He is very gone. For those of you who don't know what Shadowmourne is, we'll talk about it a bit later. What am I doing? Where is it? There it is.
Greetings, man.
Impressive, mon. Fate be kind in bringing us together. Soon I be avenging me brothers by cleansing Drakteron, and you'll be awarded Drakteron's greatest treasure. He places the eye of the prophets on his brow. We be close, mon. Very close. Druidakari tablets be all that remains to be found. Nobody be knowing how old they be, or what they be saying. But with the eye and the heart, Drakuru can be reading them. They lie deep inside of a crypt at Draktelin, east of here. Once you got the tablets, get me sacred mojo, then we can summon me there. They be proud to be dying for such a cause.
Be seeing ya.
Apparently, Gnarlex. And that's fine, Zoan Joker. I will take the insult. I accept your slings and arrows. You'll notice I kind of stopped talking about Zagmus 2. He died fighting the Lich King. Like, permanently died. He's gone. So. You might also wonder what happened to Illyria of Netherwisp, the woman who took him in. Well, she's the one who now calls herself Dying Scream. She is my Death Knight. And that probably answers that question for you. But anyways, I'm going to stop talking about that now because I feel really, really self-conscious doing so. So instead, let's talk about WoW. Some people argue that the Drukhari, how do I put this? That they used to be one of the great ancient troll civilizations, and I specifically say the word civilizations, not empires, because they were one of the great empires, along with the Amani and the Gurabashi and the Faraki, and I believe there's another one. But hey, Harrison, but that's not actually. Well, we'll get there. We'll get there. The point I'm trying to reach here is that the Drakari have never really been at the civilization stage, if you know what I mean. See, the Drakari have always been brutal, violent, and not exactly the nicest people around. They have coordination, but they've never really advanced, technologically speaking, past huts and towns. In fact, there has actually only ever been one Drakari city ever. Gundrak. Or Gundark, I forget which. Is it Gundrak or Gundark? It doesn't even say. Whatever. Gundrak or Gundark, whatever it's called. Oh, I can look at it here. Let's find it here. Gundrak. I was right the first time. Excuse me. It's the only Drakari city they ever made. Everything else was just towns or huts or other villages and whatnot. That helps to inform some of what we're about to see happen.
How you doing, man?
Good to be seeing you, Xylom. Did you find the tablets? Ah, well done, Xylom. We have all the components we need to be doing the cleansing ritual. Drakteron soon be cleansed of them foul undead, and restored to a noble purpose. In return for your help, the keep's most valuable treasures be yours. Once you be reaching the top, you must summon me, and I'll perform the ritual. Alas, my summonings come at a cost. You must collect mojo from the survivors. Now, unfortunately, we actually have to do this on this character. But that's okay, we can just queue for Draktheron like there and hope for the best. Make sure we're not queued for anything else, just Draktheron. Yep, okay, good. It's okay, we've got another quick quest to do while we wait for the queue there. So you might be like, well, what is Draktheron Keep? Could you tell me about that? Well, Draktheron Keep is one of the fortresses that was built in order to preserve Drakari lands against the humans and the dwarves. As you can see, in fact, this is a good time to really show off the Drakari in general. They have, basically all of the Drakari are effectively all of Zul'Drak, I should say, is effectively a ziggurat, one massive ziggurat. And you can kind of see the edges of their territory there. This hill of the Grizzly Hills that builds into it. And those stairs that lead up into it. That's Zul'Drak up there, the Drakari lands. They've seen better days. They've seen better days. So in general, the place was very well defended. In fact, see, this is an interesting point of note. Despite the relative lack of advancement that the Zul'Drak, that the Drakari had, they were very, very strong. Basically, they were in a constant Darwinian situation where fighting amongst each other was commonplace, and they had very powerful, very brutal Loa. This is probably, I think, the third or fourth example of a race that has parallels to other races, you know, like the Tonka, for example. But these guys, unlike their southern brethren of other trolls, these guys are way stronger in terms of personal strength and their understanding and coordination with their Loa, because of the fact that they live in Northrend, this horrible, terrible, dangerous place to live in. So they are very brutal, very savage. They kill each other constantly. But the surviving warriors who actually run underneath the warlords, those surviving warriors are pretty much some of the strongest individual trolls that there are, like anywhere, really. And I feel like my graphics are turned down. They're not. It just feels like it for some reason. Oh, whatever. So this is Zul'Drak. You'll notice that it's kind of a messed up place right now. This is, well, there's two ways to interpret Zul'Drak. Either it was always this violent and horrible of a place, possible, or, and I prefer this particular mindset, because of recent events, this place has been completely wrecked and ruined, and the twisted trees and the thorns and the spikes and the broken land and the poisoned water is all because of the events that just happened. So, in other words, that Zul'Drak used to be a rather pleasant place, and hasn't been for a while. Now, I know what you're thinking. Wait a minute, this here looks an awful lot like a city. Well, it's not really, not in the strictest sense. The only way you could call this a city is if all of Zul'Drak is one massive city. Because they basically have built this entire area over generations and generations of trolls. As you can see, like I said, you can see the ziggurat thing as we keep going up level by level. And we can see more and more of how they have built basically all over this place. This is probably the first time we've really seen a true troll zone. We've seen the trolls extensively, but this is a whole homeland for an entire tribe of very powerful trolls. My friend Pax and I really enjoy going through Zul'Drak because of the insight into their culture and the aesthetics of it and the music. It's a nice place. Yes, there is, Grey Wolf. There is one other Imperium agent still remaining on Azeroth. And a few conscripts. Conscripts are different, of course, but there is still one agent left. That would be Zanej, the Draenei. She's a priest, if it matters. She's doing the best she can with what she's got left. Zalosh leaving was a pretty big problem for everyone, and pretty much just made everything worse. This is actually Gundrak, by the way, this top level here. This is the actual city that I mentioned before. Oh, and hey, there's one of their Loa. Now, one thing to keep in mind, Loa are, of course, a form of spirit creature. We already know this. However, very, very powerful Loa can just take physical form. And I don't mean like an avatar, although I kind of do. But I mean like they actually literally have a body that they can manifest and use. Kind of similar to how elemental spirits work, how they can actually have a form, which they have, and it functions and it moves on its own, right? So, oh yeah, that right there, by the way, that's a consequence of some horribleness. We'll get there, though. We'll get there. Don't worry. Anyways, so very, very powerful Loa can just manifest physically. Now, a lot of the Loa that the Drakari venerate are very, very powerful Loa. I forget all of their names, but there's the Loa of snakes, there's the Loa of mammoths, there's the Loa of... death, I want to say, or one of the areas of the dead. I actually forget all of them now that I'm thinking about it. Either way, there's quite a few very, very powerful... We'll actually be encountering all of them, so don't worry. I won't forget their names when I'm actually talking to them. Oh yeah, this is a nice touch, by the way, here. They've actually got aqueducts. Now, this probably seems kind of basic to you and me, and that's because it is. I mean, most of the other races on Azeroth are well past the point of needing something like this. But remember, the Drakari never actually progressed as a civilization all that far because of how brutal and violent they were. They just barely were able to coordinate and cooperate with each other, and infighting was constant. So the fact that they even have this aqueduct is indicative of what they've managed and how far they've gotten, and at the same time of how unadvanced they are. And yet, with they are still very, very powerful individually. In fact, it could be argued that the strongest trolls in terms of raw voodoo magic, for lack of a better term, are actually the Drakari. The only ones who contest that are the Zandalari themselves. Even that's debatable. This savagery also comes out in their culture in a few other ways, but I don't want to talk too much more about that. Oh, I would have too, Rascal. Because I'd really want to go through Drak Theron before we really get into Zul'Drak. This is Drak Theron Keep, by the way. This place right over here. Yes, there are some Drakari left in lore. However, interesting little facet. Apparently, the Scourge conquering Zul'Drak is a lore thing. In other words, the reason we see so many undead Drakari when we get to the Throne of Thunder is because there are quite a few undead Drakari there. They just happen to have their free will because that's what Bolvar did. He gave everyone their free will back, so... So anyways, that's Drak Theron Keep. You can kind of see it. We'll be going through it. I kind of wish you could see some of that from the inside and outside. You'll also notice there's the necropoli over there. Don't worry, we'll get there. We'll get there. I think the best way to really emphasize Zul'Drak as a zone, though, is what we're looking at right here. I mean, Gilneas' wall is nice, but the Zul'Drak wall is awesome. Look at this thing. And the staircase! Can you imagine what it would be like to actually go up and down these stairs? Like, I know we're on a character who could just go up it, but imagine having to go up and down each and every single one of these steps. Almost there. Almost there. Just give it a little bit longer. Just a little bit longer. We're almost there. Hang on. We're just going up the steps. Getting our cardio in. Getting our cardio. We're almost there. Don't know if we're actually there. Oh, we're there! Yay! If you'll notice, we're not even halfway up, by the way. We're not even halfway up. So yeah, very, very Drakari. I also like how they just put on whole trunks of trees here and magically burn them in order to create their fires. Okay, come on, tank. Wake up. Wake up, tank. Oh, for God's sakes, really? Tanks suck! Oh, God. It might not even make it all the way down. The Slinky might give up halfway through and be like, you know what, guys? I'm tired of this place. Tired. Can I just quit for the night? Thanks, guys. I'm gonna quit for the night. Peace! Drakteron Keep. Behold the power of the voodoo. Voodoo, voodoo.
Glory to the Horde.
This is actually an
May
interesting
your
quote.
blades never dull.
The scourge spreads so rapidly, I often find myself wondering why they haven't already won. Grizzly rips a long strip of material from her blouse and hands it to you. Here, Wogan, take this. Dip it into the remains of Novos the Summoner. We're going to figure out what makes the scourge leaders tick.
Be safe.
One of the fleeing Drakari trolls told me of a great raptor king.
For the Horde.
Alright, for the Horde then. The group's already leaving, so let's go! You know, the irony is I actually can't change my outfit right now, Zoan. But I will after this dungeon. I don't think Reach is even on anymore. He's off getting prepared for the birthday stuff. So we can kind of see what troll architecture looks like from the inside here, too. We also see how the Scourge are actively invading this place. In fact, we're not fighting trolls here. We're fighting Scourge. We'll be fighting some trolls later, but you get my point. So let's see, we got a level 76, a level 75, a level 75, and a level 75. And me. An almost 81. I bet they're wondering what the hell I'm doing here. As you can see, by the way, the Scourge are winning this particular battle. By quite a bit, actually. So there's our first boss. Now, our first boss is actually not a Scourge. It's a troll. Trollgore. The Drakari were among the most vicious troll tribes, and Trollgore was a paragon of the tribe's savagery. This hulking monstrosity discovered his vaunted ferocity paled in comparison to the Lich Kings, and now he serves as grisly warning to all who dare Arthas's reign. My bad, he actually is undead. I actually forgot about that. He is, in fact, undead. He's set here to... as kind of a screw you to any of the remaining Drakari who are here. I actually forgot about that. Next, we'll be fighting a Lich. Novos, the Lich, was ever the opportunist and sought a means to rise above his mundane peers. The cultists carved his heart from his body and presented the still-beating organ to his master seconds before his own death. His initiative impressed his master, who turned him into a Lich. Also, as an aside, oops, hang on. That just amuses me. In case you missed that, this guy was so... God! Oh, this is actually a really boring boss to go back and do. So in case you missed that, this guy, who we're about to fight, while he was still alive, he cut himself open, carved out his own heart, and handed it to his master. While he was still alive, he did that. Here, my master. And then he falls over dead.
Bolster my defenses. Hurry, curse you.
Just... That's... yeah. That's actually pretty easy to explain, Zoan Joker, but you already know the answer, and I imagine that's why you're asking. You're once again emphasizing that you don't like the Scourge. Which, I get that. But no, when you have someone who has total control over death, total domination over death, versus someone who has mastery over undeath, yeah, the person with total domination wins.
Bolster my defenses. Hurry, curse you.
Hurry, curse you. Yeah.
Surely you can see the futility of it all.
I gotta be honest, I'm not sure I'm dedicated enough to rip out my own heart while I'm still alive and hand it to someone. That is pretty impressive.
Your efforts are in vain.
Some of the Drakari are still futilely fighting back against the Scourge, of course. Some of them. Like that guy. Right, no, he's not a good example. We'll see some further up. I know. I just thought we'd start seeing some immediately. Actually, no, I didn't, Tim's up. For once. For once, I didn't actually forget the quest. I almost always forget that quest, too. So, Drakuru is interesting. To me. I like Drakuru as a character quite a lot, actually. Like, he is probably the most personable, nicest person I can think of. And, not in general, I mean, not in general, but, like, he is the nicest evil overlord you've ever met. And, he's decent, he keeps to his bargains, he tries to help others out. He actually begins to care about us as a character. It's weird, and I don't know about you guys, and I'm sure I'm probably the only person who thought this, but I actually felt bad about what happened to him in the end. Hey, Cashel. Welcome back. And here this is pretty much the last bastion right here. Up here is where the Scourge are still fighting the Drakari. These pulls sucked as a tank, by the way. I don't know, Gnarlex. I don't think it even occurred to him. Hey, make fun if you want. I personally do really think Drakuru was a decent person. But I suppose I should say relative to the kind of person he was. Maybe I'm just idealistic. I don't know. So, can I explain what a lich is? Liches can be made from any given race, yes. It doesn't actually matter which race they're made from. In fact, the bones they're made of aren't even that relevant, so they can be made out of anything. A lich is basically a primarily spirit-based entity that has only a little bit of physicality still left to them. So in other words, instead of a true spirit entity, like, you know, a banshee, for example, that's a good question, Zoan. I really don't have a good answer for you on that one. They still have their physical form, and that enables them to... God damn it, go! I don't want to miss the boss.
The Raja sees all. The work of mortals shall not end the eternal dynasty.
The Raja is eternal.
The Raja has use for your mortal shell.
The Raja. The Raja. The Raja. The Raja. The Raja.
Impossible! The Raja is eternal! The Raja is...
I'll talk about the Lich in just a second. I got one thing to do that's kind of important first. Oh crap, I didn't get any mojo on the way here. Oh crap, please tell me someone else got some mojo. No one else got Mojo. We need to go get Mojo. Damn it, I used to carry Mojo on me just for this. Damn it. The Ronja. The Ronja. The Ronja. Okay, there's an Enduring. That's 4 Enduring. I need 1 more Enduring Mojo. Damn it, I was even looting just to make sure. Oh, looks like someone got it. Looks like someone got it. Oh, I can't mount. I do not want to miss this cutscene. Crap, he's already talking. Back in Drakteron at last, is what you missed him saying.
You done well, man.
This cutscene was awesome when I first saw this. I'm gonna
You
just shut up.
surpassed my greatest hopes. For your efforts, you be getting the greatest of rewards. Revelation! Be still, friend, and behold the truth of things. Master, my mission be complete. With the help of these mortals, this region be cleansed of all who oppose us.
You have done well, Drakuru. Your betrayal of the Drakari Empire has borne me a new army. Your army. Arise and accept my gift. I charge you now with the cleansing of Zul'Drak, Drakuru.
As you wish, Master.
Fail me and it shall be your undoing. Succeed and even greater power shall be yours.
Forgive my deception, man. It all been for your own good. Ya needed to prove your worthiness. I be needing worthy underlings in Zul'Drak, man. Ones ready to wield real power. You see for yourself now. The Lich King be generous to them who obey. Follow this path, man, and soon you may taste in immortality.
Okay.
You come get the voodoo.
We done a great thing, man, and this just a beginning. Seat me out in Zul'Drak when the time is right. There be a war to be won, man.
Spirits be with you, man.
First thing I wanted to draw your attention to is to what Drakuru looks like now. There's actually 2 debatable answers as to what this thing is. Number 1 is the most obvious. This is just an enhanced form of undeath, similar to the Yimijar, or however the hell you're supposed to pronounce that he does for the Vrykhuls. Second, it is possible he literally empowers him to be basically a Death Knight. Brings him up as a troll Death Knight, with all the powers that would imply. Both of those are valid interpretations. I don't know which one is true. Well, either way, Drakuru has been empowered as a reward for his service. Which one of those, like I said, whichever one of those is more appealing to you, feel free to presume it as such. Also, we see the Utgard trick being repeated here to let us get back down to the bottom. So now that I've done that quest, we'll see a little bit more of him in Zul'Drak, of course. You can probably see why I wanted to do Grizzly Hills immediately before Zul'Drak now, for those of you who haven't actually seen these quests. Let's go just abandon that one. So Zul'Drak is our first zone that has finally gotten past the See you around, Reach. Thank you very much for the donation. And of course, now that we are Skittlesy, well, we're not actually Skittlesy. We still haven't won Skittlesy. But nevertheless, thank you for the donation. I appreciate it. And I hope you enjoy your birthday. Now go spend some money on yourself. I'm telling you, that M&M cake, it's really good. So yeah, this quest chain is really awesome for a number of reasons. First of all, it introduces us to the awesome character of Drakuru, who I actually really like as a character, as I've already mentioned. Second of all, it showcases, as has been demonstrated, there are plenty of people who willingly serve the Lich King, and the increased power that willing servitude gives them. That's Reach's donations in one. I already tallied it in. So now that we're at this point, I need to actually get out of the Skittles suit as soon as I can get out of the zone. There we go. Back to the other suit.
Shop, browse, smell. Farewell, friend of the Grummels.
Okay. So as I said, Zul'Drak. Now there's actually 3 ways to enter this zone. One is through the method I just did. One is to actually come here through the Dragon Blight, and one is to get the go-to that I've already gotten. We're going to go ahead and do the go-to here. For you see, like I said, this is the first zone where officially the Horde and Alliance thing just kind of goes away. The Horde and Alliance are busy as of this point. We are now past the Wrathgate. The Wrathgate no longer is... the Horde and the Alliance are no longer invested in the Northrend campaign. Fortunately, there is another group who is a little bit more inclined towards actually coming up here, and that is, of course, the Forsaken! Just in case you thought Mr. Leonid Bartholomew, or whatever his name is, was the only undead member of the Argent Dawn, there's Exhibit A. Nevertheless, so as you can see, the Argent Crusade, which is actually the new organization that Tyrion just founded, basically, built out of some of the rashes of the Scarlet Crusade and the Argent Dawn, and the Brotherhood of Light, have charged up here, and they're up here in full force, because of course they are. Oh, by the way, there's another undead member of the Argent Dawn. Just feel like pointing that out again. Moving on. So let's get some quests on, shall we?
Well met.
The light
Go
shall
with honor,
prevail.
friend.
Actually, I kind of doubt that. No, the Silver Hand doesn't really exist anymore. The Brotherhood of Light is exactly what I meant to say. The Brotherhood of Light were the extremist anti-undeads amongst the Argent Dawn, and of course the Scarlet Crusade and what's left of them. Not counting the still evil Scarlet Crusaders or the Scarlet Onslaughters, who are also still evil. Basically, these are the people who looked at Tyrion, and Tyrion was like, let's just go kill the Lich King. And he was like, aha! Okay, now you're going to make me look it up. God damn it, guys. Yeah, blah, 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 blah. I know all of this. Huh. Okay. Well, apparently, he also formed the Silver Hand, the Brotherhood of Light, the Scarlet Crusade, and the Argent Dawn into the Argent Crusade. Jeez Louise. I gotta really wonder exactly who was left in the Silver Hand at that point in time. I mean, seriously. Considering he basically just refounded the Order after the events of Vanilla. Wanted. Rage Mains Flipper. Yeah, okay. Hey, it's a Wolvar. This is actually the first Wolvar we've really encountered. We fought against a few of them back in Dragonblight, but as you can see, they're here talking with us and interacting with us and all that fun stuff. Believe it or not, I don't have that much lore to share about the Wolvar, because there really isn't much, so sorry. Drakuru, you know who Troll is? I think trolls are controlled by Drakuru Troll. They call themselves Drakuru Trolls. That's how I know. Now you see why I am Chief of Rageclaw, smartest of all Wolvar. But that's not why I talk to you now. Bad Troll come and kick Rageclaw out of den. Rageclaw that no run held as prisoner. You go to den, free captured Rageclaw. Kill Troll for lock opener. You kill many Troll for lock opener. Okay, I can do that. What do you say, Crusader Lord? These poor creatures are the only survivors. According to their chief, the Drakari Trolls and the Rageclaw Wolvar have been allies for thousands of years. They've been living here alongside the Trolls for generations, completely unaware of the ever-changing world around them. To the Rageclaw, a troll is a troll, so the troll attack on their den took them by surprise. We need some answers. Scour the village for clues. Oh, there's also an Elder Shaman Wolvar. Trolls attack Rageclaw den. Kick Rageclaw out. It get worse. Trolls burning village. This very bad. Chief make top Rageclaw Shaman Moki do study on fire. Results very surprising. Fire still hot and still burn things. Will you help Rageclaw put fire out? Moki has special Rageclaw fire extinguisher just for you. Use special extinguisher, put out fire. Sometimes take many sprays to douse, but extinguisher always have water. Rageclaw magic strong. So yeah, these are the Wolvar. It's actually kind of, the only lore I have for them is it's logical that this group of Wolvar would be in such good standing with the Drakari. Because even though they're not smart, they're strong. And they can hold their own in a fight, and there's a mutual respect thing going on there. Just like the Drakari aren't smart, but are strong, and can do the mutual respect thing. You kind of see how that ties up there, can't you? There's a scroll floating above the air. Aha! Minions be hearing the call of your master. The Lich King be given Drakuru full control of the armies of the Scourge in Zul'Drak. We be commanded to kill everything. Everything must die. We be processing all the corpses in the dead fields and sending them up to Prince Navarius's crew in Zeramis for scourging. Nothing goes to waste on Drakuru's watch. Soon we be drinking the blood of the prophets and to become stronger than ever before. Zul'Drak and Gundrak gonna fall before the Scourge. You know, that is a valid point, Zawan. I will totally acquiesce that. By the way, this is a Drakuru lock opener. It's a hammer. So that's how you open locks. It's a hammer. And you just... By the way, the Rageclaw fire extinguisher is a bottle of water. It just never runs out because shamanistic magic. So we can already see here that there's going to be quite a bit of shamanistic and, for lack of a better term, voodoo magic amongst the Zul'Drak. Yeah, it's a terrible quality hammer. It breaks after one use. Wow, people are just doing the arena chain up there over and over. Let's go kill this thing really quick. Where are you? Also, I like the sky in Zul'Drak, but I'll show that off as soon as I find out that this guy... Oh, there he is dead. Die. I admittedly would not know, Zone Joker, so I'll have to take your word on that one. Not that I suspect you of lying, I'm just saying. Dwarven paladins? What's next? Night elf mages? Pfft. Dwarven paladins. Ridiculous. Hey look, a quest item you can use while moving. Holy crap. I like the play on a word here, by the way. Normally, of course, this is the Drakari. That's the name of their entire tribe and civilization. But the ones who have been converted to undeath to serve the Scourge are called the Drakuru. Gnome hunters? It'll never happen. Telling you guys, if we had like a Dragon Age style game, Dragon Age Origins specifically, style game set in Warcraft, we could actually have things like, okay, you want to play a Night Elf Mage? That's fine. You're going to be hated by like every Night Elf you encounter, and they might actually react to that fact. Or how about this? What's that? You want to play a Warlock? Okay. Have fun being an outsider for everyone forever, you know. It would be nice to see that kind of consequence come into play. Okay, let's free these guys. You want to play a human? Screw you, buddy! Why would you ever want to play a human? That is so illogical. You play a human every day. You're not actually a human in real life. By the way, spoiler alert, guys, we're actually in the Matrix. But we're not humans in the Matrix. We're actually cows. I've actually seen artwork of a gnome druid forms, and while cute, I don't think that's how that should go if they ever did that. Yeah, Raskor and I have already kind of talked about this back and forth. We're both pretty much of the same mind, I believe, on this one. Night Elf Mages? Yeah, sure. That makes sense. Night Elf Mages not being hated by their people? Eh. But again, it's the same exact problem with a Warlock, of, like, any race, you know? Warlocks, I mean, for God's sakes, it is a thing in the game how Warlocks are hiding from the other races, so people don't really know that they're Warlocks, primarily. Because Warlocks are just a terrible, horrible thing that people hate. Because they're Warlocks. I don't feel like the need to add to this. But whatever. Anyways. No. Oh yeah, I wanted to show off the sky. So this is what the sky looks like in Zul'Drak. I like it because, once again, this is actually indicative of how poisoned the land has become. This whole area is really messed up. And, yeah. The land, the sea, the sky, everything here is just twisted and wrong. It is strange. It's strange because I know you put fire out, but fire's still burning. Maybe this thing not so good after all, huh? Still, Maki pay you for what you do. Hopefully, Cholbert. Also, we now have an item from him that I hope at least some of you still have in your real lives. The fire extinguisher. We're actually going to put that over there just to save it for posterity. Poor Ragebane. He was gift from father-in-law. Oh, had Ragebane since pup. Sad day for Rageclaw. First troll attack Rageclaw, then troll make Ragebane mad. Rageclaw never trade with trolls ever again. Ah, Rageclaw, thank you. Though Rageclaw Den probably lost forever, and troll Rageclaw friendship also lost forever. And now, think of it. Ragebane lost forever. Also, brother-in-law, he gone. Have you seen Chief's mate? I think she gone too. Maybe you go now. Chief a little depressed. Oh, I agree completely, Cashel. I've always enjoyed the a well-done space skybox, for instance, because most people just get really lazy about it. Oh. There. Knight of the Silver Hand now. Well, what do you know? They actually still exist. Hey, Athero. Interesting. Sorry, was reading some Legion stuff. Anyways. Drakuru, huh? I've heard that name before. I didn't accuse you of it, Zoan. It's just I've never made a paladin dwarf, not since vanilla. And by vanilla, I mean beta, so I had no information to go off of. If this is the same Drakuru from Draktheron Keep, we're gonna need some, outside assistance. Death Knights of Acheris are stationed nearby. Where? Undoubtedly following the same trail of Scourge destruction that led the Argent Crusade here. As many as half of them are tied up in the Argent Stand, battling crazed Drakari trolls. We'll have to join forces with the Knight of the Ebon Blade. I was hoping I'd never have to see some of those scoundrels again after Light's Hope. West of here, along the ruined roads and structures, is the Death Knight encampment of Ebon Watch. Take these orders, deliver them to Stefan Vadu. He's the Death Knight in command of Ebon Watch. Let him know what the Crusade let him know that the Crusade will deal with Prince Navarius. They have to deal with Drakuru. Oh, and also Crusader Dargoth, Crusader McKellar, and Engineer Reed, and the twins Gurk and Burr were sent to the Dead Fields to establish a front post days ago. As of my last correspondence with them, they'd successfully established a camp. In light of this newfound information about Drakuru and Prince Navarius, I think it'd be prudent to send someone to the Crusader forward camp post-haste. You know what's funny, Zoan Joker, is as I'm actually thinking about it, what you said makes actually a fairly large amount of sense. The idea that pretty much the only real way that the Knights of the Silver Hand actually survived as an organization was because of the dwarves. I think Undead Druids is totally feasible. I mean, for God's sakes, if we can tolerate undead priests and undead paladins, I think Undead Druid is entirely understandable. Hey, it's a giant. It's a storm giant. Hey, buddy. We'll see you later. Oh, right. There's one actually other thing I want to do. I know this is a weird time for this, but I just want to showcase this because it's beautiful. Literally, that's all I wanted. I just want you to see it. This is absolutely gorgeous and beautiful to me, and incredibly deadly and horrifying. What this is the result of concentrated magic being pumped into things so hard and so fast that these trees are muting themselves. Yeah, actually, Undead Druid makes a fairly large amount of sense to me. Anyways, so just look at this place. It's gorgeous. And I hate myself for it because this is just such a nightmarish thing that happened here. I mean, look at how much arcane power is being ripped out of the ground here. This is worse than it ever was back in the Dragonblight. And all of that power is being poured into these trees. And it creates these beautiful arcane-infused trees. But all of this is a terrible, deadly thing. They are killing all of this terrain. The Blue Dragonflight is. Now, this was actually supposed to be an entire quest zone. This is yet another... So, let's see. We've got the Grizzly Hills thing that was never followed up on. We've got Ajol Narub, which was never followed up on. We've got the Yogg Saron thing, which was never followed up on. I feel like there was another thing we've discovered that wasn't followed up on. Cut content, in other words. This is yet another example of cut content. There was supposed to be an entire quest zone for this area, which is the Crystal Song Forest. And there's there's these wonderful Night Elven runes, and just this is probably one of my favorite places to just go to and hang out in Northrend because it is so beautiful to me. And as you can see, the tree is actually moving because it's not physically attached because of the raw amount of arcane power pumping through it. And yeah, the tournament was originally going to be here as well. They moved it. You might be like, well, why did they cut this content? Well, they originally cut it because they actually originally were going to move it because Lorerun was... all of this is on a single load server. Lorerun and this zone right here. So there were so many people in Lorerun that it made it difficult to quest down here. So they basically got rid of the quests down here. And immediately after finishing doing that, they were like, well, we kind of want to do something with it, but we don't have anything. Why don't we put the tournament there? But then they ran into the exact same problem, and so they moved the tournament up to Ice Crown. But yeah, you see all this wonderful stuff? This is raw, pumping arcane energy. This is an insane amount of power, as you can see by just the severe extent of it. There's a few other trees over there, too, that are also pumped full of arcane power. Yeah, this zone could... this area here could literally detonate most of Northrend. Yeah. No, I mean they continued its existence, literally, Zul'Drak. As in, because so much of the rest of the Silver Hand died out, and the dwarves were like, no, we must keep it together because the light is awesome, and we're dwarves and we're awesome! And so they basically, the Silver Hand sustained and endured the Purge because of the dwarves. And then when Tyrion decided to come back after the events of Vanilla, he was able to rejoin the Silver Hand, which wouldn't even be there if not for the efforts of the dwarves. That's what I'm trying to say. So yeah, Lorerun is like right there, by the way. And that's why Lorerun is here, consequently. So yeah, I just wanted to show this off. It's yeah, it's hard to explain. Okay, I have talked about arcane energy and why it's so damaging. But the easiest and simplest way to explain it is, unless it is properly contained, arcane energy is transformative, okay? So, as you can see, these trees, these aren't technically alive anymore, and yet they are. That's the catch. These are now arcane trees. Arcane souls, arcane people, arcane elementals. It is raw power being transformed into a new format. And so the original person is basically gone in more ways than one. Even if their soul survives, they're going to be changed forever as a result of being pumped with so much raw arcane energy. Now, the thing is, of course, I am referring to raw arcane energy. One can channel arcane energy actually a lot easier than you can most other forms of energy. In fact, I would argue arcane magiry is the single easiest form of magic to teach. This is just my opinion, of course, but the single easiest form of magic to teach and be learned of in all of Warcraft and all the forms of magic that are in it. Fel energy costs. Druidic energy requires the connection. So does ancestral energy. So does elemental energy. Loa energy and voodoo magic and whatever that is. That all requires bonds, you know, etc., etc. But arcane energy, all you need to do is know exactly what you're doing. And therefore, you know, relatively is the easiest thing. Yeah, no kidding, Hylisk. Right on his front door. Literally let them do it. It's so obvious when you really think about it. Anyway, so I just wanted to show that off really quick because it's awesome. Yeah, that's a good way to put it, I think, Fenrir. Because, yeah. You could argue whether or not the new tree is a living thing, but it sure as hell isn't the old tree anymore. And for the record, I have never gotten my Valkyr pet in the Crystal Song Forest or anywhere else for that matter. And I am very sad about that. I want my pet. Why don't we do these quests first? No, someone else got into Tyrion's head. What happens if it goes boom? Have you ever seen Outland, Last Echo? Zoan, did you ever hear my response about the dwarves being awesome? You probably didn't. No, whatever. Alright. Everything was fine until the Scourge attacked. That sentence describes so much of Warcraft history right there. They took off with Dargath, Gurk, and Burr, and also destroyed our ride. Guess who led that attack? That's right. Navarius. Seems the whole area is some type of factory for the Scourge. We're in the middle of a damned undead minefield. We were attacked by Prince Navarius and at least a dozen Scourge. I told Dargath and the twins to stay inside the tank, but he wouldn't listen. Dargath looked me in the eyes and said, if somebody doesn't get us out of this tank, they'll kill us all. He then made Reed cut the engine and charge. Most heroic thing I've ever seen. I heard the prince barking orders to the monsters. Sounded like he was taking them to Thryms? I'll say Thrym, because that's what I usually say. Thrym's End, northwest of here. We have to rescue our friends. You've never played well. For shame! Get out of my champ. No, come back. Wait. Please, I'm begging you. I'll pay you. All I said, Zoan Joker, was basically since the Silver Hand was effectively destroyed by the Purge, the only way the Silver Hand continued to exist as an organization was because the dwarves kept it going. So that when Tyrion came back after Vanilla, he would be capable of being like, hey, I'd like to rejoin the Silver Hand. And there was a Silver Hand for him to rejoin, thanks to the dwarves. Well, we've never actually seen overuse of the light, except for the knowledge that it burns. And I'm not talking about undead. There are several people, non-dead, living people who are burned by overusage of the light. And the light also tends to cause void energies if it is being used too much. Void energies' long-term consequences, we're not even 100% sure of. There is a theory going around that the more you use the void, the more you lose your sanity. And this might explain why a large number of the more shadow priests or shadow casters or minions of the old gods or whatever literally descend into absolute gibbering madness bit by bit the more they use their energies. That is just a theory, though. We don't actually know if that's true or not. Either way, the biggest flaw in void energies and manipulating void energies is the fact that it requires a constant source or else it dies out. So, yeah, void does a lot of damage, and you have to constantly be feeding it, basically, or else, yeah. Prince Navarius must be stopped. We can't let the Scourge continue this area as using this area as a zombie factory. If we can get the tank operational, we might have a chance. What I need right now are spare parts. Northwest of here is an area called Thryms End. The Scourge armies are using the area as a base of sorts. Spread out and get the wreckage. Bits and pieces of scrap metal. Get that to me and I'll put it to good use. Vampires do exist, but they're not really vampires. I mean, they kind of are, but they mostly aren't. I mean, they consume blood to live because they used to be elves, and blood has been used to replace their, oh yeah, I'm gonna need some of those offerings. Blood has been used to replace their addiction to magic, to maintain their lives, and then they were made undead on top of that. I'd just like to say, for reference, that the Sand Lane are actually one of the more interesting types of undead invented amongst the Scourge, personally. My sister and I actually have written an entire story between us, a collaborative work, entirely about a specific Sand Lane and her adventures. Alonso's Chapel. So, I'm not going to say anything. I really wish I could just spoil the hell out of Legion for all of you guys. No I don't, Gnarlix, because it was always a short-term, like, it was a problem that had to be solved. If it wasn't solved, the Blood Elves were going to die out, basically. That was actually a thing that was going to happen. And that needed to be solved, so fixing it long-term was a good move, in my opinion. That's who we're referring to, Ricci, is the Sand Lane. Who, again, aren't actually vampires in the strictest sense of the word. They're just the closest thing to vampires we got. Least favorite class to tank as? Druid. Never enjoyed tanking as a druid. Yes, I will, Magister. I dumped the 12,000 gold on it to make sure I could do it. They killed me brother. Slaughtered him like he was some sort of animal. Now they got him laid out on one of their tables on the other side of the camp, ready for their grisly experiments. Dorgest did too. The paladin made a heroic stand, but the leader of the Vargul was stronger. I'm all that's left, and I'll be dead too. I'm turning. If the light won't grant me vengeance, perhaps you will, Death Knight. Kill them. Kill them all. By the way, that is wonderfully, horrifically appropriate that a paladin dwarf is begging a Death Knight to give him vengeance where the light won't. Just, think about that for a bit. Yeah, by the way, we won't just be doing the Kelderar questline. We'll be doing it as a Blood Elf. For those of you not aware, there are two versions of the Kelderar questline. The version where you're a Blood Elf, and the version where you're any other race. I personally obviously think the Blood Elf one is more interesting, but I also didn't really feel like dumping 24,000 gold. I'm getting that. Everything I've seen about Legion has been positive so far. That makes me worried, actually. It's been rare that I've looked at an expansion and seen 100%, you know, positive stuff. It's like, what's the catch, you know? What's wrong with this expansion? Someone's got to tell me what's wrong with this expansion, because so far it looks amazing. There's got to be something wrong with it. Anything. I mean, come on. No, there is not Lonely. There might be someday, but there's copyright issues and rights issues and other stupidity. And long story short, I have yet to put any of my stuff actually online. Well, Warlords didn't look universally positive when it was coming out. In fact, Warlords was probably, when it was announced, the expansion I was the least excited for. I was like, oh my god. This is gonna be terrible. And, hey. It wasn't terrible. For me. Yeah, I know, Nicholas. But I'll just keep my thoughts to myself. It's the super gear thing, Adam. These mobs are level 75 mobs. I am level 81, and I am in full heirloom gear. So I am well geared and much higher level than I should be. Now I'm doing that on purpose, for the specific purpose of the lore run. I am doing that just to try and be as overpowered as possible to speed up questing, because this is a lore run, and I'm not here to just grind 20 bare asses for 15 minutes while I have nothing to talk about. If Tor taught me anything, it's that even if I have story to talk about in a lore run, I need enough story to cover the gameplay. I learned a lot in that failed lore run. What? So on Joker? It was entirely understandable. And you know what? That chapel had it coming anyways. It was an eyesore. It needed to be destroyed. Let's be honest. You know what I find funny, though? Of all the terrible things that, you know, the Forsaken, the Blood Elves, the Orcs, you know, all the terrible things that all of them have done, the most horrible race in this entire setting are the humans. Just, those terrible, terrible species. Anyways, why don't we go and talk about the Varghul? Now, what we're fighting here are the Varghul. There's really nothing to talk about with regards to the Storm Giants. There's nothing there. They used to be giants, and now they're not, and they're basically extinct at the end. It's just, you know. The Varghul are a little more interesting. I've actually already talked about the Varghul, though. This is a Varghul, this guy I just killed right here. Big, rotting Vrykul. They are deliberately resurrected as these things as a punishment. It is a deliberate intention to treat these things as a punishment. If you are resurrected as one of these, you have done something wrong, and you do not deserve life or honor or anything. It's like having your honor stripped from you. In some settings, it would be the same. In some cultures, it would be the same as if cutting your hair, or branding you, or losing your name. You know, that kind of a thing. It's a really big deal to them, culturally speaking, to be risen as a Varghul. Now, there's one other type of undead that's basically the exact opposite. It's this big, wonderful, honorific thing. It's this great, you know, oh, yes, I have proven myself worthy, and I am a great Vrykul, and my name shall echo throughout the generations. And that would be the Yimijar, that I'm still pronouncing. I don't know even what to say about that. But the Yimijar are the actual, let's just call them Ascended Vrykul. Now, we have only seen those once so far in this entire instance. In fact, in all of Northrend, we've only seen them once, during the Wrathgate. They were the really large blue Frost Vrykul who came out and were like, "Yah!" and started, and were ended up being defeated by Saurfang the Lesser. So, yeah. Hang on a second. This Vrykul. Yeah, so he dies. And he says a prayer for me because he's worried that we have to fight the Yimijar in the future. And there's Burr. Well, there was Burr. Hang on. All I gotta say, Raskor, is Scarlet Crusade. Some of those evil, twisted creatures in the entire setting who were primarily, if not entirely, humans. No? Okay. How about the Twilight's Hammer cult? Again, primarily humans. Just saying. Hey, buddy. You're dead, aren't you? Yep, you're dead. Okay, that's good to know. Yeah, Putris is quite dead, Rigel. Also, in response to Raskor's comment, all I have to say is, that's like saying all Germans are some of the most evil people in the world. And if you're really going to say that, then maybe you should think twice about that. We already got rid of that, so we can get rid of that. We don't need those. Oh, there's plenty of awesome humans, just like there's plenty of evil humans. The overall point I'm trying to make is saying any given... That's because they are, Raskor! Scarlet Crusade! Dude, seriously! It's a true comparison, though, Raskor. But no, my overall point is actually... I think of all the major races, none of them actually have a single characteristic of good or evil. That's my actual take on it. And that's the actual point I was trying to make. So. Yeah. I mean, if there's... If we've gotten to the point where we actually are going to label an entire race evil because of the actions of a few of them... I'm stepping off this planet, because that's not a planet I want to be a part of. There are plenty of evil orcs, and Taurens, and Forsaken, and Blood Elves, and humans, and dwarves, and gnomes, and yada 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 yada. And there are plenty of good Taurens, and gnomes, and Forsaken, and humans, and orcs, and blah 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 blah. You know what I mean? That's really my actual point. The idea that any one race can be seen as, oh, we must wipe out all of them. No, I can't even begin to agree with that concept. It's one of the reasons why I've never actually been, you know, for the Horde, death to all Alliance, because I can't think that way. It's like, I don't want the Alliance to die, that'd be stupid. There's a lot of cool guys in the Alliance. Anyways, what was I saying? What brought me to prefer it, Wraith? There's a quest I can't show off to you, unfortunately, because it isn't in the game anymore, and I was never able to find a good YouTube about it. That quest is a quest in which Vol'jin and Thrall and Chen Stormstout were all hanging out in Durotar. And one of them's like, man, just like old times, huh? Just like back when we actually forged the Horde together. And they have to actually fight against some of Garrosh's forces. And doing so just tears Thrall apart, and he's like, I can't do this anymore. I need to go and see if there's any orcs who don't agree with Garrosh's ways, who are being held captive, who are being coerced, whatever. And Vol'jin says, dude, I need you for this. And Thrall says, I'll be with you in the end. Remember, Horde means family. And Vol'jin says, in a very quiet and sad tone, for the Horde. That concept has actually been around since Frozen Throne. That's the Horde that I am loyal to. The one where you and I are brethren. In other words, ironically enough, the reason I have always been more loyal to the Horde is because they are more Alliance than the Alliance was. Now, that has since changed in several ways, but the Alliance, the Brotherhood, the sides agreeing with one each other and fighting for one another and taking care of one another when the entire rest of the world hates their guts. How can I not relate to that? So that's why I joined the Horde. That's why I am more loyal to the Horde. I would say somewhat likely Jungis, but only depends on how fast I go. So. I don't know about you, Raskor, but I have no problem kicking someone out of my family if I have to. I mean, seriously. Punk! You're not... Disownment is a thing, you know? Alright, let's get through these quests so we can see Gundrak today. Kind of unlikely, it's already 4. We'll try. I don't know if this scrap will work. Just bring me scrap metal. I'll do what I can. What is this junk? Ah, damn it all. It's useless. Scourge metal isn't going to do the trick. What are we going to do? Ah, what a great sacrifice those 3 made. It won't soon be forgotten. Their passing will not be in vain. We will be victorious. We will. Well, fortunately, we did find one thing of interest while we were out here trying to save these people. That's this guy. You are not like the others, little one. You do not reek of ancient death. Maybe you can be trusted. I am Gaima, king of storm giants. I was lured here by my brother, Thalassy. I was now an undead servant of the Lich King. By the time I realized his cry for help was a trap, I was too late. I am now a prisoner of the Scourge, and I fear that soon I will suffer the same fate as many of the other storm giants. Find a way to release me from this cage, and I will aid you to the best of my ability. Well, let's see what we can figure out. Ah! Banshees! So would you kill the Lady Liadrin? Is it one Joker? Just out of curiosity. A storm giant? I don't know about this, Xylem. It sounds kind of risky. On the other hand, we don't have too many options. If I do this for you, you have to promise me you'll get your giant friend to help us with Navarius and his cronies. Now, you say he's locked up in a 100-foot-tall cage, huh? If my calculations are correct, we should be able to at least weaken the hinges on the cage, giving the giant enough leeway to break out. If this is going to work, I'm going to need some plasticizers and stabilizers. Banshee essence to do for the plasticizers. The stabilizers can be found on the Earth Raiders. Okay, let's do it then. Let's make this happen. We're going to free the last of the storm giants. He's not actually literally the last. But truthfully spoken, there are not many storm giants left as of this point in time. You know what, One Joker? That I'm okay with. Bloodwrath was a jackass who deserved to die for his arrogance and his stupidity. There have been plenty of Blood Elf paladins who are decent folk, but Bloodwrath, ugh, that moron. You know one thing that I hate, and this is a thing in real life too. Anybody ever heard of the Great Library of Alexandria? I bring this up because for those of you not aware, it is suspected, although not 100% confirmed, for reasons that'll be obvious in a moment, that the burning of and the sacking of the Library of Alexandria, that pretty much ruined technological progress for the human race. That so much knowledge and information and understanding and invention and science was permanently lost by that incident. Because of a few idiots, basically. I know I'm simplifying, but you get the point. That's the kind of crap I hate. I hate it when one individual who happens to be in power because of stupid, moronic reasons decides to basically ruin something in such an aberrant and permanent way. In such a permanent way. I want to stress that word. You know, we're never getting back the Library at Alexandria. It's gone. You know, treasured aspects of culture and history and science and art and everything can be permanently erased from history because of a man like Garrosh. Because of an idiot like Bloodwrath. I mean, think about that for a moment. That kind of stuff really gets to me more than anything else. There's even some more recent incidents where individuals I will not name out loud because I don't want to stir the hornet's nest have permanently damaged works of art in ways that will probably never be able to be redone. That's not as big of a deal because it's just works of art and it's just works of culture and history. But nevertheless, the mere fact that that happened, that is permanently gone. I mean, we can make new stuff, but that particular bit of culture, that slice of history, is gone. Because of a couple of generals, or some soldiers, or an idiot who happened to be in charge. And I hate that crap. And I bring this up because of what Zoan Joker said. So for those of you not aware, there is this chapel where Alonsus Fowl basically created the Paladins as a concept. The first Paladins ever made were basically created by Alonsus Fowl in this one place. It's this great, awesome location, a holy site of amazing, and so this idiot, Bloodwrath, is like, you know what? In fact, here, let me just read the quest, because this is just fire burning right here. Hang on just a second. I know, War Wager. I know. So he gives you this quest called True Masters of the Light. Ours is the true way of utilizing the light, insert name here, to show others that they would call themselves Paladin, the folly of their ways. I intend to send an unmistakable message. The Alonsus Chapel, where the Order of the Silver Hand was founded, is immune to the destruction of the rest of Stratholme. Its eternal flame affords it light's protection. Even in the face of the freaking scourge, this place endured. And he sends you in there to get your charger and to get your tabard. To destroy the place. Permanently lost because of one arrogant idiot. Hey, Deutsch. So no, I'm right with you on that one, Someone Joker. That guy needs to go burn. Not all the paladins. Not all the blood elves. But that guy and his associates need to go burn. It is perhaps a great irony that in several ways the Scourge kind of works in a opposite of this sort of a situation. The Scourge almost universally preserve the cultures of the people they take. It's preserved in a weird way, but it's preserved nonetheless. I just find that kind of funny in a weird way. Anyway, sorry for bringing the real-life kind of topic into that, but it was relevant for the WoW thing. So, anyways, as I was saying. In gameplay, no. In lore, yes, Magister. Well, I just did a little bit of looking on the wiki. I didn't actually look further in depth, because I actually know a couple people in the beta. I can ask them if he shows up in Legion. But I didn't see anything about him showing up in Legion. So, this is weird. There's something that was crafted with bone, and is dripping with blood. It's intricate and deliberate in its design. Gazing at it, you feel an ominous presence, one that overwhelmingly compels you to wear it. You fight the urge and resolve to bring it back to the Ebon Watch. How strange. A necklace that compels you to wear it. Boy, that's never turned out bad, has it? Here, I'll go someplace warmer just for you. There we go, Deutsch. Is this better? Yes, good. Oh, no. Back to the frozen wastes. I don't actually want to do that quest yet, so we're going to hold off on... So we're just going to have to resist putting on that necklace for a little bit longer. Magister, don't give me that. Even you must acknowledge that someone who has so foolishly destroyed his own heritage must be punished for it. If anyone is ever to take the Blood Elves seriously, they cannot be seen as if they are the Centauri. Excuse me for the spoiler. They must not be seen as bullies or conquerors or tyrants. If they want to actually join the greater civilization of Azeroth, they need to prove they have a worthy right to be there. I know a little bit about the weapons that the Shadow Priest will get for the artifact, but as far as the overall thing, it wouldn't surprise me if Shadow Priests start to get a little bit too close to the Old Gods, given that we know for a fact the Old Gods are tremendously void infused. It's like their primary energy source is void energies. Lord Brodrath was removed from the game. Yeah, he was. Yeah. Several players are like, screw this guy! Honestly, I cannot picture Lorthamar tolerating that man for even a minute. Never mind what, like... Can you imagine the Reliquary Society encountering him being like, you did what? Why did you do that? I was trying to show that we were the dominant power. We were borrowing power that we were later given by someone who was doing it willingly. We didn't even know that at the time. Your so-called extensive power? Oh my god. Well, that is acceptable, Magister, as long as he burns. Okay, finish that quest. Let me mount. There we go. Oh, hey, I have Outbreak now. Let's actually go... let's put that there. God, this is so weird, having so few buttons on my bar. Let's put this over here. Let's put this over here, along with those. That should go over there, too. That should go over there, too. That doesn't even matter. That barely matters. This should go here. This should go here. Sorry, give me a moment. And that should go there. Okay, we're good, we're good. You're right, Wraith. Let us all give ourselves in to the old gods. The question is which old god, since, you know, I mean, they fight amongst each other, too. So you have to pick one. You can't just pick the old gods. You have to pick a side. So would you rather be the eyes, the mouth, the heads, or the god knows what N'Zoth is? Without the plastic, blah, blah, blah. Here you go. Thankfully, we weren't in short supply of explosives. What I'm about to give you is called Sephorium. It is a highly volatile explosive with some unique properties. Due to its malleable nature, you'll be able to fill the hinges and cracks of the cage for maximum damage. So, hope he honors his bargain. He's our only hope. And, Yasharaj probably had the most tentacles, but he's dead. So, yeah, the mind is what I've always assumed N'Zoth was, because it kind of fits in with the rest of the body setup they've got going on. They're called the Old Gods because... I don't know why. I don't actually have a good answer for you. Hey, what's up? Be free! Freedom! Do not be afraid, little one. Geimer is an honorable giant. Wait, the cage closed again! Like you and your people, I too wish to see the Lich King destroyed. I will help you, as promised, to the best of my ability. My people have been decimated by the Lich King. The Scourge now use the corpses of storm giants to create mindless flesh giants, or worse, stitched together to create aberrations like Thrime. I will stop at nothing to see them all driven from this world. We will work together to destroy the Scourge that threatens Zul'Drak. We will kill them all! Navarius, Algar, and Thrime! Let's do it! Let's do it! Oh, kong, 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 kong. You're all going to die now. Death to the Scourge and to the living! Die. Die horribly. Storm giant power. Wait a minute, I'm hungry. Nom 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 nom. All right, all eaten up. Stomp, stomp, stomp. Stomp, stomp. Yes, come to me! Come to me! Die in your arrogance, pitiful Scourge! Nom, 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 nom. Die! Nom, nom, nom. Die! Nom. Oh wow, this is actually really hurting. Holy crap. Wow. Yeah! Oh, Jesus Christ, I may actually die. Ah! Run away! The Scourge have defeated the mountain giant. Oh, God. Run away. There, go away. Holy crap. Okay. Ugh. Run, 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 run. Here, come here. I'll wipe you off my boots later. Die. Oh god, he really is about dead. I need to be careful. Oh, I'm done killing the... I can go kill the names now. Die, names. Die. Die. Oh god, continue the death. Continue the death. Oh god. I know, I know. I need a storm cloud. Oh, no. There's a storm cloud. Storm cloud. Oh, okay. Heal me. Heal me. Okay. Okay, we're okay. We're okay. We're alive for the moment. Stomp, 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 stomp. Behold the unmitigated power of the storm giants, now that I'm no longer about to die to the Scourge. Don't think too much about that sentence. Yeah, looks like that other guy got him first. I actually gotta wait for him to respawn. Or I could get to the other one really quick. Quickly! Ah! 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 There we go. Okay. So, I gotta be honest, this quest feels like it should be more epic than it actually is. It's actually kind of irritating. The camera angle doesn't help. The camera needs to be zoomed out like another 100 yards or so. Second of all, it's actually harder than you'd think to hit all these things. His AoE needed to be made larger. Third thing, though. It's easier for him to get stuck on terrain, as I am now. Crap, crap, crap. Oh, crap. Yeah, I'm fully stuck on the terrain here. Yeah. Yeah. Oh my god. Come on. Yes, I don't know what slaughter means, but yeah, this would be quite a sight, seeing dozens of these things. Oh my god, yeah, okay, we're just gonna have to abandon the quest for the moment. We're literally just completely stuck there. Completely stuck in the thorns. I want to show off one other thing really quick, though. As soon as it decides that I'm in a different layer. So you see that? That's an abomination. Now, to clarify what I mean by that, an abomination in Scourge terminology is lots of different corpses that have been sewn together with their souls kind of mashed into one soul in order to create a new creature. So most of what we see are abominations of humans and dwarves and elves. This is an abomination of giants. This is an abomination made out of storm giants. This might actually be the single largest mob in the entire game. I don't know if you can really get a hint for how huge he is. It's kind of hard because the trees he's walking by don't really give the proper perspective. Look at that thing. This is what we call a destroyer, not a warrior. This thing could probably break most sieges by himself. Yeah. No, I think I won't. Zul'Drak. I don't think I want to. Alright, let's try this again. Without getting stuck this time. As we immediately get stuck on something I don't even see. Later on, they would get a little bit better about the vehicle quests, and they would have less problems like these. Notably, in Cataclysm, they did a lot of vehicle quests in the New World stuff. Ah, crap, I'm literally... Oh, come on. Yeah, Raskor, there's a finite supply of storm giants, after all. So, I mean, they don't have that many raw materials to make more of those things. One could argue that is literally the only one they ever make, because there are plenty of other flesh giants as well. And so those flesh giants are probably the rest of them. Hey, there's Navarius. Hey, buddy. What's up? Bam! No matter. His death and reconstruction are only slightly delayed. And he's dead. Where's the other one? Go away. What am I stuck on? Thankfully, I can fit under the aqueducts. Thank God the Drakari built things large, huh? Or else this would really be awkward. Ah, good, the dragon's back. Hey, buddy. Gotta admit, that would probably be pretty lucrative. Am I even hitting this guy? Okay, now I am. Yeah. I'm getting a storm cloud. There's one over here. An army of storm giants? Probably not. Because, well, I mean, the Scourge could get up again. Again, it's not really the strength that makes the Scourge strong. It's their nature that makes them strong. You know? Oh, we got him. Run away! Run away! How to kill Thrime. Wherever he is. Grab that. There he is. Hey, buddy. Also, I just gotta say, if we end up using or fighting with, like, the last few Storm Giants against the Legion, that would be awesome. Oh, by the way, another way to emphasize the size of Thrime. Notice that this Storm Giant I'm on only comes up to his knees. Just think about that for a minute. I mean, seriously. You know what we need? An orc-centric expansion. I think it's about time we had one of those. That's a good question, actually. Unbelievable. This will be a story for the ages. One man rode upon the head of the king of storm giants and decimated an entire scourge army. And I was there to see it all happen, and it was flippin' awesome. An expansion with an alliance character as a villain? Well, there's this woman named Moira. Seriously, I would love to see her fleshed out more as a villain. That's the joke. That Warlords was a very orc-centric expansion. So... Oh, stretch. I don't think Jaina would make a good villain. Not anymore. That ship has sailed. I think they're going a different direction and should go in a different direction with her. Now, Greymane, he would make a good villain. IMO.
Speak your peace.
What have you got there, Worgen? Old news. The Argent Crusade is, once again, late to the party. We've been tracking Drakuru since the Grizzly Hills. He's been slated for eradication. Before you meet Nass, there's something you should know. He got a toxic dose of the Blight back in the day, and now he's deaf, blind, and mostly numb. He's not all that bad, though. He's virtually immune to the stuff now, which makes him perfect for certain tasks. Like the one I'm about to give you. There are many freshly scourged trolls nearby, and we need to study the Blight's effect on them. Take Nass and this boot. When you've slain a troll, give him a good kick. He'll know to take a hair sample.
We will have our revenge.
See, I can't actually agree with that. I think Gien is in a perfect position to become a villain. He has so much anger and so much ire and so much pride in him that he is he's got all of the markings for being a great tragic villain. You know. So this is a fun quest. The name of this quest is called Kicking Nass and Taking Manes. In case you don't get it, we're kicking a skeleton named Nass and taking the manes from trolls. I don't think I could see Greymane and Sylvanas joining forces. There's way too much hatred there. Now, I could see Greymane doing some other horrible things in order to further his vengeance. Let me put it to you this way. How hard would it be to picture a future in which Greymane is so desperate to make Gilneas strong again, he's willing to make a desperate alliance with, hell, anyone. I mean, seriously, take your pick. There's plenty of powers you can make a pact with. Elemental powers, ancestral powers, demonic powers, void powers, arcane powers... Loa. There are plenty of things you can make a desperate pact with in order to try and, you know, advance into that kind of a thing. But even if we leave the pact thing out of things, wouldn't it be interesting to see Greymane to basically turn into a Garrosh? Not as stupid, though. Imagine if Garrosh was smart and well-motivated, and then we have what I would do with Greymane. Yeah, no, that's what I'm just saying right now, Rascal. Of course, Twitch delay. I'm saying no corruption storyline. I'm saying make Greymane a villain all on his own. Make Greymane someone who, by himself, without external influence, no Nethrezim, no old gods, no Fel, he just decides of his own volition, this is bullcrap. My nation is wiped out and destroyed by monsters and thieves, and goddammit, I hate this crap. My people are suffering. My people need a better future. And I am going to do whatever it takes to make that happen, and the Alliance hasn't fulfilled their end of the bargain. The Night Elves gave us the ability to function amongst ourselves, and we're grateful to the Night Elves for that. But the Alliance, the actual Grand Alliance, led by that pupil little pup up in Stormwind, he doesn't know anything. He hasn't done anything to help Gilneas. It's still inhabited by those filthy, forsaken dogs. I am going to make Gilneas great again. And again, no old gods, no Fel, just one man who is charismatic and driven. No, I have not yet, Norlex. So that's why I would say Greymane would make an excellent villain. And yeah, I agree, Nicolas. That would be a nice lead into that.
I will listen. For now.
You know, you remind me an awful lot of my Nass. Maybe it's just the nose.
Suffer well.
So, let's turn in this necklace, shall we? I am indeed familiar with items such as this. It would seem, Xylom, you have been, chosen. It was either wisdom or luck that prevented you from wearing this necklace. Either way, you acquiring it was no random occurrence. You've been targeted by someone or something. Take your choker to Blood Rose here. Let's demonstrate the fate that nearly befell you.
There's work to be done.
Okay. Excuse me, Blood Rose? Ma'am? Excuse me, ma'am? I love what you've done with your lipstick.
Get on with it.
Stefan told me you would, demonstrate the purpose of this item.
We are done here.
Oh, indeed. Watch this. So she's gonna take it to this random troll. Here, troll, a gift. Really? For me, Mom? He puts it on. It'd be beautiful. It's made of bones and blood. So he puts it on, starts vomiting, gets turned into an undead troll. Yeah. And then she kills him. Disgusting. Yeah, we've already done Draktheron Keep. Yeah, welcome to the Ebon Blade, by the way. That is a problem that would have to be solved, Nethrezim, but I think it is a solvable problem. I think we just need to think about it and really sit down and put some work and effort into how Greymane could become a threat without involving the old gods or the Fel or, whatever.
Yes.
Now you've observed the fate that was meant to befall you. As I mentioned before, this was no random act. The creation of such a device is very involved. You've caught the attention of the Scourge leadership. The question is not how or why or even who, but what do we do about it? Once the Scourge have a target in their sights, they'll stop at nothing to acquire it. You're doomed to a mindless existence as a walking corpse. I'm a Death Knight! Unless we can use their desires against them. I'll explain later. I have a complex magic to prepare, which requires certain components. Travel due east. Slay the ghouls and abominations. Return to me with their remnants.
Leave me be.
That's actually true. Even on the Horde side, no one survived the Second War. Hey, Nethrezim. Congrats, I think. Also, I agree a political villain would be interesting. I just want the political villain we already have to be more developed. Moira. Moira is already a different type of villain, and something I feel Warcraft desperately needed. Someone who isn't cacklingly evil, first of all, and someone who isn't ridiculously powerful in her own right, as well. So someone who could just be like, politically maneuvering behind the scenes rather than, I am this all-powerful person who will be a raid boss. Because Moira would never be a raid boss. That's not the kind of threat she poses, you know? So let's develop Moira. Damn it. And let's do something with Greymane. Anyways. Nethrazim, I've got it. I've figured out where Greymane could get his forces from. And the type of... Oh, this is great! The type of threat Greymane could pose during the South Seas expansion. Greymane could negotiate with and end up taking over the remains of Kultiras, and use the naval nation, which is already very anti-Horde, as a way to counterattack both his own forces and the Horde on the seas. What do you think? What do you think? I mean, there's some things that would have to be ironed out there, but yeah. Why don't I pick up this quest? A few moments ago, I spotted a signal flare over the tree line to the east. That could only mean that things are not going as smoothly for the Crusaders at the Argent's stand. I can't leave our post here, but you can. Yeah, exactly, a rogue pirate king. That is exactly where I was going with that. Sorry, I'm just enthused about that idea. I like that idea. It'll really turn Greymane into a different type of threat. Instead of, well, again, instead of a Garrosh. What am I in combat with? 40k lore is alright. I am moderately versed in it. Somewhat. That's true, Hylisk. I can't actually argue that point. One more reason why WoW needs to stop being an MMO, though, if I'm being blunt. You heard nothing, Deutsch. Nothing. So we're about to pick up Gooey Ghoul Drool. God. Gooey Ghoul Drool. I don't know what else to say about that. But alas, we will probably never have such an awesome villain. Greymane will probably just be a guy. And we'll have no more Alliance lore. Ever. Yes, Gooey Ghoul Drool. Gooey, that's really hard for me to say for some reason. You mean as in the Warlords of Draenor map? As in this place, right here? You can get here as of 90. Yes, we're literally scooping up drool. It's okay, we're also getting guts. From abominations. Guts and drool. Guts and drool. We have a monk and a paladin. Clearly you need a hunter. Alright.
You need something?
Well, it's far from perfect, but it'll have to do. Brace yourself, Death Knight. This is where it gets good. There. I've created a disguise that should mark you indistinguishable from the Scourge. You'll be free to walk amongst them as long as the disguise holds. Only the Blight Guards will be able to see through my illusion. Watch for them. Another thing you must know is that the disguise is unstable and may drop unexpectedly. Stay alert. Good night, One Joker. So let's test it out. Use the choker, visit the Scourge vendor, and return to me with a bottle of bitter plasma.
Tomorrow is another day.
So this is one of my favorite quest lines in all of Wrath, and I mean that seriously. It's not like the favorite, but it's up there. We have just joined the Scourge. Yes! Behold! Yes! After all these years, I am finally rewarded with becoming one of the Scourge. Connection shows fine on my end, Nothrazem, so I'm not sure what's up. Yeah, no kidding, Hylisk. So, you remember how I pointed out there's some kind of gross food in this game? You know, I actually pointed that out as we're going through Wrath. It's like, here's some really gross food. We even ate nuts and bugs and all that other stuff. Well, would anyone here like to know the grossest food in all of WoW? It's that one right there. It's literally called bowels and brains. Nom nom. Oh, look at the pretty little ghoul. Jump, cool little ghoul. Jump. That's a good little ghoul. Get over here, ghoul. Yeah, I be talking to you. What? He's not a troll. I'm talking to you. It's feeding time now. Gotta get the grub for all the ghouls. Special grub time. Bowls and brains bowls. Nom 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 nom. Special grub. Just take the ball. Feed the ghoul. You got ghoul friends? Bowels and brains. Nom nom nom. Nom nom. Nom 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 nom. Tasty brains. Nom nom nom. Tasty bowels. Nom nom nom. Tasty. Here, eat, little ghoul. Oh yeah, and that's what it looks like. Literally seeping with plague. Now, Wraith, don't shatter his poor mind. Bowels and brains. Nom nom nom. Once upon a time, I actually bought like 20 of these bowels and brains and put them in my guild bank and told everyone nobody could touch it. Then someone touched it and got rid of it. So then I went in and bought like 80 bowels and brains and put them in there and said, nobody freaking touch it! Now you might be like, why do you care, Arsh? Well, this is surprisingly rare food. This is actually the third rarest food in the game. Not counting the 2 bits of food you literally cannot get anymore. Which is the Chimeric Kickin' Chops, and I forget the other one that's from Vanilla. So, now the reason this is so rare, you can only buy this food on this quest while you're on this quest chain. After this, you can't go back and get it again. And I have a thing for rare things, so yeah, I kept bowels and brains in my guild bank. I'm sure they were well preserved. Yeah, I'm gonna go with that. I'm just gonna assume that there's preservatives in my guild bank that kept them good. Maybe. Hopefully. I don't know. Let's not think about it too much. Uh-oh. Where's the suit? There it is. There we go. Oh, crap. I'm sure there was definitely magic that was definitely maintaining the bowels and brains. Absolutely. Hello, Lilix. Eat, little ghoul friends. Happy entrails. That's a good point, Pyro. I should have put it into void storage. I don't even know if you could put food into void storage. If you can, I'm totally doing that when I get back to my main character. Because I still have those bowels and brains. So that, when did Wrath come out in real life? Because however many years that is, that's how old my bowels and brains are. Nom nom. Okay, we have the bitter. I'm with the Scourge. The Scourge are awesome. Yay. Okay. 2008, there you go. So, I've got 8-year-old bowels and brains. Or about 7-year-old bowels and brains in my bank somewhere.
What?
So, how are you enjoying Scourge life? Believe me, it's not all it's cracked up to be. I'm a Death Knight! By now you've probably guessed the details of my plan. We're using the Scourge's interest in you against them. You're going undercover. I know it's likely a death sentence, but if we do nothing, your death is a certainty. Travel northeast to the Reliquary of Pain. Once inside, you must earn the trust of the Scourge Commander. Okay?
We are done.
I will do my best to earn the trust of the Scourge Commander. Wait, what, Deutsch? What's serial killer? Oh, the bowels and brains that I have in my bank. Don't think too much about it. I'm sure it's just well preserved. Very. You know how they always say, like, you know, Twinkies will last? No, bowels and brains. When the apocalypse comes, I'll have food for you guys. Trust me. Whoops, wrong button. Right, come on. There we go. Don't mind the giant vat. This is plague, by the way. This is just liquid plague right here. That's what this is. That's true, psychotic. I could. I don't, but I could. Alright, let's see who the leader of the Scourge is in this area. I hope it's someone who's actually probably cool and a decent person and, you know, at least relatively personable for being, you know, a member of the Scourge. Anyways, hey, Drakuru.
What you want?
Xylom, you'll be receiving my gift. Oh, turn around, man. Let me get a good look at ya. You've been making me proud. We come such a long way, you and I, and now we be serving the Lich King together. Stick with me. Big things are coming. Big things. But first, we gotta get you caught up. There's been so much happening since I saw you last. Let's go speak to Gorbag for a tour of Zul'Drak. Listen to me and I'll tell you all you'll be needing to know.
Be seeing ya.
Yeah, he specifically put that out there because he cared about us sufficiently, or was respected enough about that he was like, yes, come join me in serving the Lich King. I gotta say, one thing I like about Drakuru, he never really treats you like a minion. So many of the people, undead, humans, Forsaken, orcs, horde, you know, all the different races we act, they're just like, go do my bidding. Drakuru's like, hey man, why don't we go work on this together? He's actually personable about it. I think that's one of the reasons I like him so much. He's a pretty good boss, relatively speaking. I mean, yeah, let's make one thing clear. You know, Drakuru is a bad guy. I don't want to sound like I'm saying he's not. But he's such a personable bad guy. He's just like, hey, I need you to go be doing this thing for me. Why don't we go ahead and be accomplishing this, man? Don't worry, I'll be rewarding you well for your service, you know. And everyone else is like, you will go and die, and everything will die with you. You will be the agent of my revenge, and if I deem you worthy to do my bidding, you know, that kind of a thing. And it's like, it's just such a natural, it's a nice relaxation to, yeah, I agree. Like, Drakura has a bit of charm to him. Don't worry, Raskor. I won't try to convince you any more than you will succeed at convincing me. I like Drakuru. I felt really bad for him. What happens? His final quote actually resonates with me to this day. Ironically, he's giving us a tour when I already gave you guys a tour. Shrug. At least we're not, like, flying on an invisible... Or on an invisible mount this time, you know? No, we do not, Deutsch. Yeah, no kidding, Wraith. It's like, I would love a quest where someone's like, could you please go deal with this? I mean, so if it's okay, if it's not out of your way. Probably my favorite quest to even remotely acknowledge our hero status, I think, was in Warlords, where he's like, why don't you go mark all of these stool samples for us? Oh no, we don't want you to pick it up. That would be way too little of a thing for you. We'll deal with that. You just mark them for us. I don't think he be dropping any lucky charms, Deutsch. Why is he not talking to me? Drakuru isn't giving me the tour. Like, seriously. Whatever. So that right there is something that's interesting, and we'll talk about it when we get there. That was a necropoli. That's the second of the 2 crashed necropoli I've mentioned. The first one, we don't actually know what happened to it. To this day, we still don't know what happened to it. That one, we know exactly what happened to it. But we'll get there. We'll get there. First, we have to deal with Drakuru. Looking at the clock, I think there's actually no way in hell I'm going to finish up Zul'Drak today. Sorry, guys. That's right, it was in Pandaria where they did that quest. I remember that now. I knew it was a more recent one. You mean this quest right here, Mind Blast? Absolutely. This entire thing where I could infiltrate the Scourge was fantastic. I always love quests that show the other side of the line. Where we see inside exactly how, for example, the Twilight's Hammer worked. Or not the Twilight's Hammer, the Shadow Council. Remember we did that back in Outland? It was really nice to actually see inside their mindset. I like those kind of things. It's one of the reasons why I keep wanting a here's a playable section from China's perspective thing in Fallout.
Relax.
So you be seeing what we be up against, man. Go down, take some time, learn the land, prepare for some strategy. I'll be having some tasks for you soon.
Stay away from the hoodoo.
No pokes for the famous people. It'd not be nice, man. Legion questing's probably gonna be pretty awesome, man. Just like it's been since Wrath. Let's be honest with ourselves. Whatever complaints you have about the game, questing has always been awesome. From about Wrath onwards. Yeah, I believe that is the largest quest achievement of any zone, period. It's 85 for Grizzly, 130 for the Tundra, 140 for Ice Crown, 115 for Dragonblight, 130 for Fjord, 100 for the Peaks, 75 for Shalazar, pretty short place, and 100 for Zul'Drak. So yeah, 140.
We press on.
Well now, I admit I'm a little more than surprised to see you. Tell me what you've learned. I've learned that this is a great transmog weapon, and you can only get it from quests, so if you get one, hold on to it, because it's awesome looking. Everything you've reported is consistent with what we know. Learning of Drakuru and earning his trust will lay the groundwork for future missions.
Ashes.
Hey, you... fine, die! Get back here, you freaking coward!
Make it quick.
Ahem. Return to him and do as he says. Do whatever you have to do to appear sincere. But I am sincere. This time I'm adding additional assignment. While you're in the field, pour this additive into their blight cauldrons. It should neutralize the scourging agent and render the batch useless.
We will have our revenge.
Well, okay. Whoops, whoops, whoops. By the way, am I the only person who is always really hesitant about going into this liquid blight? You might be like, well, why? You're a scourge. No, I'm not. I'm pretending to be a scourge. I have a disguise on. I'm still a, you know, Forsaken or a Draenei or whatever it is I actually am here. So I keep sloshing every time. There's actually a quest that makes you slosh into the liquid blight, and each time I'm like, ugh, do I have to go through that? Is that a thing I have to do? It is, isn't it? Okay, okay. Now, I'm a Death Knight, but you get my point. Yeah, that's pretty much pure concentrated blight right there. In fact, as we'll find out in a bit, there's actually crystallized blight in here. That is how concentrated it is. You say that, Magister, and yet... if I do, they're in my bank. Why do you ask, little Billy?
Yes, must do work of Scourge.
Oh, I'm found out. Okay, whatever. I'm just a Death Knight. Don't mind me. La 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 la. Where's the other ones? Oh, they're over here. They're over here. Ah, there they are. Excuse me, excuse me. I'm with the Scourge. La la la. Hi, Scourge. 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 Oh, I'm out of runes. Hey, come here, Scourge. There we go. Possible, Rory, but don't forget, on other we can do this quest on any class and any race, so I could come here as a goblin shaman if I felt like it. Hey, Tuttle. Fourth Scourge. Fourth Scourge. Do-do-do-do-do. Fourth Scourge. Fourth Scourge. Woo-hoo-hoo. Do-do-do-do-do. I'm even riding an undead mount, and I'm a Death Knight. Come on, how much more Scourge can I get? What do you want from me? Alright. Hey, Scourge. Ahem.
Oh my god, did anyone see that incredible, brave, and handsome Death Knight who just killed that poor Geist? Oh my god. I better run away to Drakuru. He'll take care of me. Brains and bowels and brains.
I know, psychotic.
Drakuru, my good friend.
You come get the voodoo.
If you're ever gonna be worthy of the Lich King's gifts, you must be learning to be a great leader. One who be command and respect. I got a task that's gonna refine your command skills, man. Some of me minions be trained to harvest blight crystals from the land below, but they be lazy and slow. You're gonna be in charge of them, man. Take this scepter, teach him how to get the job done. When they're under your control, make him harvest the crystals.
Spirits be
Notice how he's already grooming us to be his second in command. That'll be a common theme throughout all of these quests we do for Drakuru. Him trying to get us I don't have a better word. Him trying to groom us into becoming his new second. And yeah, he's surprisingly tolerant and understanding and otherwise friendly towards all of them, rather than just, you know, like most undead are like, only the Death Knights are worthy of my power. Or only liches, or etc, etc, etc.
Oh, my friend. For Drakuru, and for the Lich King.
This quest is admittedly a little bit slow. You basically have to capture a Geist for each crystal. This was the only quest that really took a while to do back when this was new, and this zone was basically swarming with lots and lots of players trying to do this quest. I get it, Raskor. Jeez. Worgen are immune to normal and mundane forms of undead raising. And it's interesting to note that the only form of undeath that the Worgen are proven to be immune to is the much, much weaker form that Sylvanas practiced. You know, the humans-only crap that I've already ranted about many, many times. The actual Scourge have more than ability to raise Worgen as undead if they choose to. As is proven by the fact that we're playing a Worgen Death Knight. But, yeah. Drakuru? No. He doesn't see through the disguise, nor will he until the end. Yeah, the Lich King, if he was there, he'd be like, okay, look, this is cute what you're doing, but you're mine now. Ah, damn it. Geists are a different branch from ghouls. They're basically the same rank. Oh, crap. Hang on. Gotta break the disguise here. It's okay, it's okay. I'm definitely for the Scourge. Ah, crap. I lost him. Damn it. Anyways, Geists are workers. Ghouls are warriors. Military, labor. So, different branches. Otherwise, relatively the same rank, though. There weren't Wraith, but there are now! One of the things that I find funny... So one of the things the Scourge does, basically for fun, is they're constantly researching new forms of undeath, right? Lord knows, Putricide is a big proponent of that. So, wouldn't it be amusing if he was like, you know, undead Worgen are actually really powerful. Why don't we make more of them? And so he starts spreading Worgen. Not undead Worgen, just regular Worgen, to entire civilian population zones, trying to convert all the people there into Worgen, so he can then kill them all and raise them up as undead. And thus having a whole, an entire army of just undead Worgen. God, it just, I feel like I'm walking next to a toxic pool of death, which... I suppose in reality that's exactly what I'm doing, so whatever. Actually, yes, Raskor. I know that sounds weird, and it is weird, but it's also true. The Geists are the ones who build half the stuff that is constructed by the Scourge. It makes sense, though, if you think about it. Because they want their best to be working, to be constructing and whatnot. Their military forces, remember, they rely more on affecting the morale of the enemy than they do actually hurting them. The ghouls aren't the ones doing the damage in an army, after all. And yes, Fenrir, he's not invincible, but he is damned strong. We got very, very lucky to kill him. And yeah, he flat out murders the player character in lore. That's something that happens in the story, in character. He kills the PC.
Greetings, man.
More than once, actually. Yeah. You got my underlings whipped into shape, man. The Christmas will be piling like never before. You keep doing the good work, Xylom. I got more tasks for ya real soon.
Be seeing ya.
Be seeing ya, man. I keep wanting to just jump out the window. Am I the only one who's just like, I want to go down there? Is that just me? It's just me. Yeah, as we keep pointing out, the Lich King really wasn't concerned with Azeroth. He had bigger fish to fry. At one point in time, yes, Psychotic, I'm not sure.
We press on.
Nice work. Deleting those cauldrons will not only save lives, it'll slow the growth of the Scourge. Now tell me what you learned of his strategy in Zul'Drak. Blight crystals? What could this scumbag be up to? Clearly he's working on something significant. Continue to do his bidding, and perhaps when he's more familiar with you, he'll reveal his plans. In the meantime, we need to have a look at these crystals. While you're in Voltaris, try to get some samples for me. And be alert. Handling those crystals can trigger your disguise to fall.
Ashes to ashes.
Hurrah for the Scourge.
I used it once, Psychotic. It's right here. It's on my V key. Okay, so he wants me to get some harvested blight crystals. Ew, ew, ew. Oh, I know where those are. Those aren't down here. Those are up top.
For the scourge.
I do old raids, Nicolau.
Relax.
Ignorance! This be intolerable, mon. Whoa, crap! My disguise is falling right in front of Jakuru. That's where the most common place for my disguise to fall, too. I swear to God. Okay. And put it back on. Okay.
Yes, definitely a scourge minion. Scourge minion. Yep.
What you want?
Ignorance! Where'd you go, mon? Me entire batch of blight be useless. That mongrel Darmok, he be responsible for watching over the blight, and he be failing me, mon. This be a good lesson for you, Xylon. Failure be like a disease that spreads. You gotta catch it and kill it early before it be killing you. Take this scepter. It make my scourge trolls stronger. Use them to kill Darmok. He be lurking down just below to the south. Let's make an example to all. Don't be failing, Dracul. One interesting point of note, he doesn't automatically assume it's our fault that the blight crystal, the blight vats are wrong. Now, on the one hand, you might be like, well, why would he? We had nothing to do with the blight. And that's true. He didn't give us any orders regarding that at all. So, I mean, it's kind of logical that we wouldn't have anything to do with it. But the other interesting thing is we're the new guys on the block. And that's usually the first source of problems. When someone, if you're at an organization and someone new shows up and all of a sudden things start going wrong, usually it's the new person's fault. But he doesn't suspect us, which I find interesting. I personally think that he legitimately thinks that we are, on his side or whatever. And he's willfully blind, basically, of the fact that we're probably to blame here. I wouldn't either, Psychotic. I wouldn't have mind just walking up and be like, hey, look, I didn't want to be a ghoul, but I'm with you. And Jakuru would be like, excellent, mon. It's good to be walking together with you again. You know? Am I the only one who thinks that? No, okay. I'm not.
What be on your mind?
Get away from me, you
Spirits.
nasty scourge. One more. Just swing your arms from side to side. Come on and go. Just for you, foo dogs. Wah! I shouldn't have done this, but whatever. Wah! Okay. Got it out of my system. Ghouls are about 50 billion times weaker than Death Knights, yes. Where am I? Oh, I know where I am. We're not that far. Yeah, even... Basically, the only thing that could tie for worse than ghouls is just skeletons. Not skeletal mages, not skeletal, engineers or anything like that. Just plain old skeletons. Oh, and I guess there's zombies, too. My bad. Zombies are pretty... okay, so, new statement. The zombies are the lowest of the low. Zombies don't even deserve to exist. We must kill all the zombies. Oh, hey, they released the fire artifact for mages. I'll look at that later. Of course I can, Deutsch. And I can die again... and again, and again, and again. Oh God, why? Kill me. The 1 through 60, Nardu. We're going to be doing New World first, so it's going to take a while. Actually, they do, Magister, and they basically say, "Get me out of this cage, man." Where's the... Do I need... I need something to enslave, damn it. I'd probably rather fight 20 zombies. Arthas technically should have Felanorn, considering. Or Felamalorne, excuse me, I was saying it wrong. Ah, there's one. Hey, you. Join us, me brother. Together, we be fighting the enemies of the Scourge. Darmok must die, man. Go. Kill him. For the Scourge. Alright, so what do I got here? Attack! Attack! Yeah, no kidding, Psychotic. He has quite a few lying around, doesn't he? Oh, crap, he dodged. The Scourge be the strongest ever, man. There be no hope for those who ain't one of the Scourge. Yeah, that's a good point. He literally has a hall where he talks to his victims. That is a thing. It's a pure gameplay thing, Nardo. Every time in lore the player character has died, there's been some reason for them to come back. Oh, crap. Well, I'll just kill you then. You're dead. I did it for the Scourge, man. There be no hope for the enemies of the Scourge. Hey, Drakuru. I don't know why I'm stuck in this accent. I be back, man. Hey, Drakuru. Funnily enough, you see this? Almost none of these mobs are actually hostile. See this? So even though I'm not in disguise, I can just stand here. Sorry, Drakuru, let me put on my disguise. There we go. Hey, buddy. What's up? Is Darmok paid for his failure? Ah, you done good, Xylom. You'll be learning faster than I had hoped. Go get some rest, I assume. I'll be giving you even a greater test.
Stay away from the voodoo.
Stay away from the voodoo. Must jump out. Must jump. Sort of jump, kind of, not really. This one.
You need something?
Alright, fascinating. We'll look into the properties of these crystals right away. Now tell me, what's the latest news with this Drakuru fellow? While we're working to discover the purpose of these crystals, we need you back in Volterras doing his bidding. Every task you perform successfully gets you closer to him, and brings us that much nearer to knowing his mind. While you're there, I have another mission for you. His Scourge wagons pose a significant threat. We need them destroyed. Make your way to the wagons and activate these charges. Once they're set, get clear! The explosion will expose you if you're too close.
There's work to be done.
Oh, sure, but I mean, I could just do this while in this form. I don't need to be disguised. Here, check it out. BAM! Explosionate! See? Check it out. I can just explosionate things. That's a thing I can do. Yes, many years of long effort and struggle as one of the Lich King's minions has taught me how to explosionate. Yeah, it's also the worst Frostworm model as opposed to the really good one, which is the one I'm on. The strongest mortals in the setting. Thrall was one of them. He has since stopped being one of them. Jaina's up there, Khadgar's up there. Gul'dan is definitely up there. Who else? If we're counting the Lich King, he would be up there. Malfurion would definitely be up there as well, yes. If we're counting Illidan, he would be up there. Oh, hang on. There we go. For the Scourge! I would be remiss if I didn't mention the PCs, who at this point in time are legitimately some of the strongest characters in the setting. Depends on my mood, Ricky, but overall I'd say yes. Path of Exile has never caught me, though. Probably doesn't help that it's incredibly poorly optimized. As I say, I don't think there's any Blood Elf of supreme power at this point in time. Not anymore. Liadrin isn't that strong. And Lorthamar isn't either.
Relax.
It'd be time for us to start our march to Gundrakman. It'd be time for me to turn you loose on them trolls. They breached our wall, put a whole army just north of us. They be fuel for that fire. We gonna take my chieftains and kill the rest. It's all part of me master plan. Take my scepter, go command me abominations. Bring me to the Drakari army and kill them all. When the chieftains come, my pet Shailwing gonna snatch them up and bring them here to me.
You be careful, man.
I don't think I would count Maiev as one of the strongest. Certainly one of the most obsessed, and one of the most evil, but not the strongest, I don't think. So, let's see if I can do this quest without the Abomination, because that would be really nice. Nope, need the Abominations. Oh, I hate this quest. I do not like this quest. Do not like. I was actually just playing it last night, Rigel. Oh, crap, crap, crap. I was trying to help you, Avon. Whatever. Now, Prince Kael'thas. Yeah, anyways. So this quest, for those of you not aware, we have to go round up a whole bunch of these guys, and we have to kill them with the A-bomb. You might be like, well, how does the A-bomb kill them? He's got an ability called Burst at the Seams. So, and we have to kill 60 of these frickin' things. Sargeras isn't immortal. A-mortal, and therefore does not count. You gotta watch this health pretty carefully, because otherwise, you know, everything's screwed. Come here, come here, come here, come here. Quick, blow it, blow it, blow it! Ah, god damn it. And so I just lost all of these guys, so they're dead, and I just lost credit. I do not like this quest. The fact that you have to kill these things with the Abomination is really aggravating. Look, the Drakari are fine, okay? Besides, I gotta be blunt, the Drakari called this on themselves. They really made a bad call here. We haven't even gotten to that point yet. We're still at the outer edges of this zone, quest-wise. And I gotta kill 60 of these guys. Now, this is actually a fun quest in a group. Because in a group, it shares. So, like, he can go over there, and I can go over there, and I can go over there, and we can all get credit, and it's great. But I just killed... Well, yeah, that's what happens when you burst at the seams, by the way. The Drakari didn't summon the Lich King. They didn't summon anyone, actually. How long till I reach that content? Well, at our current rate of roughly one zone per day... I'd say in about 5 or so days, give or take. So what should I eat tonight, guys? I could have pizza. I could have taquitos. Frozen taquitos. Or I could have Chinese. And that's it. Those are my only options. So what should I eat for dinner while we finish up Zul'Drak? And hopefully get through at least a decent chunk of Zul'Drak tonight. That's kind of the goal. I'm hearing Chinese. Ah, crap. One of them lived. Oh, it's a chieftain. No, that's good. That's good. That's good. Capture the chieftain for the scourge. You don't know what a taquito is? All I gotta say is, you poor unfortunate soul. Alright, here's a weird question for you guys. Let's say you have just joined the Scourge. Willingly or not, it doesn't really matter, because that's how that works. You are now a part of the Scourge. However, in his infinite wisdom, the Lich King has allowed you to choose which type of Scourge you can be. With the exception of Lich. You can't be a Lich, because that's just the obvious and easy answer. So you have joined the Scourge, and you have no choice about that. So what type of Scourge would you want to be? Abomination, Ghoul, Geist, Banshee, Spirit. There are quite a few different types you could choose to be. Mon. Taquito is a Mexican type of food. It's basically a hard shell that's wrapped around a very small core. They're kind of like this. San Lane, that's another example. Death Knight, of course. I didn't want to mention Death Knight. In fact, I almost thought about discounting Death Knight because it's too easy of a choice. Plague Scientist, that's another option. Okay, you can't pick Death Knight either. Let's go ahead and remove Death Knight from the list. It's too easy. So you can't be a Death Knight, you can't be a Lich. You can't be Syndragosa, no, because then your voice would be terrible, Lilix. And we would all hate you and kill you for it. The Lich King would say, "Enough, my minion," and would kill you, and it'd be terrible. Now, it's funny, because Raskor is the first person who said Nerubian, which is actually one of my first thoughts. I would love to be a Crypt Lord. That would be awesome. Actually, in lore, there are no new Death Knights. All the Death Knights that are playable are the ones who were made under the second Lich King. Yeah, Infiltrator. That is another good option, being an Infiltrator. San Lane is a great option, in my opinion. San Lane are very powerful because they turn their weakness into a strength, basically. Yes, that was Syndragosa, Lilix. Or, yeah. Fook. I'm torn, by the way, personally. Because my first choice would be Lich, by the way. Just immediate. Bam. Done. But, after that, I'm really torn. I have to admit, I really like the idea of being a Crypt Lord, though.
You come get the voodoo.
We got it, man. We got the chieftains all caged up, and you led my abominations to victory. It'd be time to celebrate. You'll be doing well. You'll be proving that I got an eye for talent. See, this is why the Lich King gave me his blessing. Now the time comes for me to reveal my master plan to you, man. You'll be seeing how we're gonna sweep through the swarms of Drakori and take our rightful place in the great palace of Zul'Drak. Take this scepter, man. It be a token of me trust in ya. With it, you'll be able to access me upper chambers and witness for yourselves our new super weapon.
Be seeing.
Actually, War Wager, it's funny you say that. I mean, why do you think I'm asking which one you would want to be? There you are. The master told us you'd be arriving soon. Please follow me. There's much for you to see. Theoretically, yes, Schmeidolf. In fact, that has happened at least once that I'm aware of. We also know of a skeleton who was promoted. The guy who designed most of the architecture. Please follow me. Ever since his arrival from Drak'Tharn, the Master has spoken of the time you would be joining him here. He has been talking about us joining him ever since Drak'Tharn. I mean, come on. The things I show you now must be never spoken outside of Volterras. The world shall come to know our secrets soon enough. Also, Apothecary is totally a thing. Who's winning right now, Deutsch, if you don't mind? And do this real quick. Whip, whip, whip. Here lie our stores of blight crystals, without which the project would be impossible. I understand you are to thank for the bulk of our supply. Theoretically, I would say yes, psychotic. But to my knowledge, we have no actual proof of that. You know, that's never actually happened. Yeah, no kidding, Raskor. Hello, Brother Box. What's up? Welcome to the Scourge. Join us in life, or join us in death. It makes no difference. These trolls are among the ones you exposed on the battlefield. Masterfully done, indeed. We feel it's best to position them here, where they may come to terms with their impending fate. This is their destiny. Blight blood trolls. The blight slowly seeps into their bodies, gradually preparing them for conversion. This special preparation grants them unique powers, far greater than what they would otherwise know. Soon the Master will grant them the Dark Gift, making them fit to serve the Lich King for eternity. Stay for as long as you like, Xylom. Glory in the fruits of your labor. Your service has been invaluable in fulfilling the Master's plan. May you forever grow in power. This is really messed up, by the way. These trolls are currently still alive. And remember, trolls regenerate. So what they're doing is they're having them, like basically they're infusing blight into them with the proximity of these crystals, and then they regenerate, but because of the blight there, it like grows around the blight. And so then they get more blight, and then they grow, and then they get blight, and then they grow, and it's just, it's basically suffusing their very being. Every aspect of their body is becoming blighted. And they're still alive. Then we'll kill them and raise them up as undead Blightblood trolls. Now, on the one hand, this is actually brilliant. Drakuru came up with this all on his own. On the other hand, oh my god, this is horrifying! Gah! Once again, I'll go back to my whole undead Worgen army thing, because we know the Scourge are always looking for new forms of undead. Like those guys. Fun, fun, fun.
What be on your mind?
So there you have it, man. We be making the ultimate Scourge army to serve the Lich King. He's gonna be most pleased. Oh, you keep the scepter, Xylom. You're gonna be needing it to command the army in battle soon.
Stay away.
Yeah, by the way, that's his people. That's Drakuru's people. He cares more about us than he does his own people.
Yes.
Excellent. Your undercover has truly paid off. Let's see that scepter. Time has come to end this charade, Xylom. As valuable as your information has been, we must bring Drakuru down and bring his project to an end before him and his freaks are unleashed. We've modified the scepter. When the time is right, you'll be able to use it on a Blightblood and turn them against him. It's your only hope of defeating him unless you happen to be level 80. Fight well.
Tomorrow is another day.
This quest makes me sad. Like, really. This quest actually kind of makes me sad. Ignoring the fact that Drakuru is obviously deranged and evil, well, I would actually argue Drakuru isn't really evil. He really thinks he's doing a positive thing for these people. No? Maybe I go over here? But, well, we'll get to it. We'll get to it.
What you want?
Here we go. Here we go. Hello, Drakuru.
Behold, man, we be created the greatest Scourge army ever seen. These be the first of many. We shall sweep across Zul'Drak like the wind.
So no matter what you do, your disguise falls apart here, so you can't maintain the cover.
What treachery is this? You be paying for this deceit with your life, man.
And he is, of course, rather upset that we have betrayed him. I can't imagine
How
why.
could this be? The Lich King said he be having great plans for you, man.
Oh, trust me, the Lich King has great plans for us.
How could this be? The Lich King said he be having great plans.
Let's start treating this a little seriously. Hey, he only betrayed us the one time, and it was for our own good.
Enough! This foolish treachery has cost you your destiny. Master, this mortal scum be double-crossing us. They must be made to suffer.
You have failed me, Drakuru. It is you who should suffer. Be content that your death is a quick one. As for you, I spare your insignificant life as a reward for this amusing betrayal. There may yet be a shred of potential in you. Be warned. When next we meet, I shall require much more to justify your life.
And he will require more of us when we see him again in Icecrown. So there's Drakuru's skull. And this is Drakuru's last wish. Anywhere but here. Something about that really gets to me. In the final moments of his life, Drakuru, who couldn't even conceive of betrayal from us or from the Lich King. Anywhere but here. Forgive me, but I understand those words quite well. Oh, that's quite a ways from now, War Wager.
I will listen. For now.
Have you faced Drakuru in battle? It is done. We still have much work to do, but our work will be much more manageable thanks to you. Please, accept this as a token of our gratitude.
Suffer well.
By the way, that was probably the closest the Lich King has ever come to flat out giving away his plans to us in our face. We just completely halted his entire invasion force into Zul'Drak in such a way that it will take him considerably more time to actually finish that invasion. We stopped his plans cold, and his response is, okay, I'll let you go. If you ever needed more proof that he doesn't actually care about winning the war, why would you keep his goal? Most tragic character. I'm gonna go with the default of Arthas. Especially given what happens at the end there.
May the light embrace you.
This land is defiled by the presence of the Scourge on one side, and the rituals of the Drakari on the other. We stand resolute betwixt the two.
Favor the road traveled by few.
Ah, despite our substantial successes in the lower third of Zul'Drak, we must still face the onslaught of the Scourge. Such is the way in this frigid hell. Their attacks are unrelenting, yet my men need rest. If you're willing, we could use your aid in reinforcing them. Below, in the courtyard, you'll find them no end to the fighting.
Be kind to those less.
This is kind of messed up. Those sky terrors are destroying my men and women. Dying from falling is a horrible way to go.
Remember the lesson.
You might be like, what do you mean, dying by falling? Well, so the Scourge controls gargoyles. You see those guys up there in the sky? Well, what they like to do is they rush down, grab a soldier. Oh, hang on. I messed it up. Hang on. I aggroed him and it messed him up. Hang on. There we go. Oh, no, he's not doing it. Well, anyways, so the gargoyles grab soldiers, drag them up into the air, and then drop them. Yeah, kind of like that. It's a great way to die, huh? There, have a parachute. Quickly. Ugh, really? Oh, I see what you're asking, Psychotic. Well, I've got two choices, Psychotic. I could keep streaming, or I could give up for the night. But since I don't have anything actually planned for the rest of the night, the only reason to stop streaming would be to try and relax and chill for the remainder of the evening. And honestly, I'm already kind of falling behind, so I'd kind of like to get on it. So no, we're gonna keep going. I will actually, however, work on a dinner thing while I'm going here, because you know, food. I'm sure pizza is winning, but I'm not getting pizza because I don't want pizza. I don't actually like pizza that much, as I've actually discussed before. It's just an option. So, who's in second place? As far as our current poll that's going. No. No, he's gonna die. No. Nope. Gave him a parachute. I can't get Mongolian beef. Oh, wait. Yes, I can get Mongolian beef. Never mind. I could totally get Mongolian beef. Where's that? Okay, we'll do him. Well, because it was... I was curious what people would say. I imagined most people would default to pizza because... Well, duh, really.
The Naru have not forgotten us.
Your assistance in this matter is greatly appreciated. Were it not for your efforts, we would have difficulty in holding the unliving back from our steps.
Do not lose faith.
You're a good man, Xylon. We're fortunate you happened to stop by. Actually, I came here specifically to help you, Boris.
Blessings upon your family.
No offense, but yeah. Hey, Eitrig! Dude, what's up? Note how Eitrig is here on behalf of the Argent Crusade. We've also got the Cenarian Circle and the Earthen Ring here. It's kind of cool. Okay, we have a bunch of quests to do here, but they're all basically the same arc. So we're going to do these in... Now, so, it's funny because the Argent Dawn is here, but these aren't really Argent Dawn quests. This is really all about the Drukhari and Zul'Drak in general. We won't actually really see the Argent Dawn until we get to Icecrown and do this bundle of quests over here.
What you want?
I don't like coconut, Pyro. I am Ubungo. I represent the Zandalar tribe. Bad things are afoot, Worgen. The Drakari are gonna be their own doom with what they're up to. Some trolls never learn. Yeah, Zandalarian. Some trolls just never learn, do they?
Excuse me. Oh, God, excuse me.
Anyways. There's trouble at the altar of the snake god. The presence of the scourge has weakened the land. This in turn has weakened the wild gods. We know the Drakari are taking advantage of this to do evil things to the gods. I need you to be my eyes and ears. The altar of Seratus is at the end of the avenue. Yawn, sneak around the back. Get a good look inside the main altar. Whatever you do, avoid the prophet at all costs.
Be seeing ya.
I am heartened to see the zeal with which your Argent Crusade is helping fighting the Scourge. I'd like to assist your efforts. The Drakari trolls of this once great city used to make regular offerings to the gods, but now they neglect them, or worse. If you were to make offerings to the gods, but now neglect them, if you were to make offerings to the gods, they would show their appreciation in return.
Later.
What a shock, Fearsome. I never would have seen that.
Well met.
Death Knight, you're here to help, right? I've got orders for our forces that are currently deployed to the Drakari altar to the north. You can't miss it. Just head straight up the avenue.
Light bless you.
Welcome to the Argent Stand, scrub. I'm Commander Kunz, but you can call me Commander. Don't think you're gonna just cruise through the region, picking which missions you're gonna participate in, answering to no one. Here, you report to me and you follow my orders to the letter. Understood? First, you're gonna get me familiar with my men and the region we're charged with. Report to each of them and do as they ask. Return when your patrol is done.
For the Alliance.
Sure thing, Commander Jackass. I've never played the auction house, Fearsome, but I have made quite a bit of money off the auction house, yes. Fine, fine. No cherry-picking the lore. Now to abandon the quest. Hey, buddy.
How are you?
What's this all about? Are these new orders for me, mister? Look, lad, I'd love to just up and leave, but look out there. All me people are fighting. I tell you what, you've come this far. You'll think you're up to doing me a small favor. Head out there and round up me soldiers. Tell them the sergeant orders them to report back immediately. Lend them a hand, if you will.
See you soon.
Look, Tom.
Hey, it's an orc. Because of course it's an orc. Because they don't care about your race. Seriously. I love doing quests with organizations where they don't give a damn which species you are. I love it. I couldn't help but overhear what you were talking to the sergeant about. That doesn't change the fact that we still have a job to do here. While you're out there, do you think you could help us put some of those followers of Seratus out of their misery?
Go forth to victory.
I think I can do that for you. Hey, retreat.
What can I do for you? For the Alliance.
No, we're not fighting for the Alliance.
Ishnu Allah.
Look, I don't... Never mind.
What brings you here?
So, this stuff right here, by the way... So, okay. Remember I mentioned earlier that we don't actually know 100% whether or not this place was always messed up, or if it's only messed up because of the massive upheaval that's happened recently. One of my biggest... Damn it. One of my biggest pieces of evidence for why this place is messed up recently is stuff like this. This clearly used to be just a normal tree that was planted in like a... And this I don't know, stone thing was surrounding it. Here's a better shot of one right over here. You can see one right here. This clearly was some kind of encasement, and yet the tree and the earth among it have literally ripped up with the thorns and the roots, and they've just ripped out of it and shoved aside all of the stone and whatnot. This right here, this is why I say that Zul'Drak was actually a much nicer place right up until they did what they did. Now, I keep dancing around the topic. I might as well just tell you flat out. So, remember how I mentioned earlier that some Loa actually will take physical form in order to interact with them? Usually the most powerful Loa will do that. Well, the trolls became so desperate and so terrified of the Scourge invasion, and they felt like there was nothing they could do about them, until one of their leaders, whose name I actually don't remember right now, I gotta look that up really quick, Galdra came up with a brilliant, wonderful idea. Why don't we kill our Loa? And so they killed the Loa and bled them of their mojo and combined that with rituals in order to take the actual power of the Loa directly for themselves.
Hey there. Have a good one.
And that gave them tremendous power and completely destroyed the entire zone. So all of this upheaval, the messed up sky, the poisoned earth, the twisted trees, the diseased ground, the fact that there's just... Look at this. You see this? You see this? It's just bleeding out of their temple. Look at that. This entire zone is basically screwed forever because of the fact that they did that. That's mojo. Physical. Because mojo is actually a thing. It's not just a concept. This is the Loa's mojo pouring out here, out of the temple. Now, it is worth noting that that did give them tremendous power in the short term. It's an old story arc I never got around to finish writing, Octavian. Where are you even getting that from? I mean, I know it's in my guild notes, but... so it, like I said, tremendous power. They were able to do things of incredible feats of splendor. In fact, they took out a necropolis with that level of power. But again, that is very short term. That's basically like, if you can imagine, there's not really even much of a real life equivalent of this. It's like the equivalent of trying to burn our ability to create electricity and water in exchange for being able to deal with things for a few months, you know, and then it's over. You know, after that point, we will eventually be overrun. Now, as Magister points out, they were able to hold the line against the Scourge. Admittedly, the Scourge weren't really trying, but still, they were able to hold the line against the Scourge for quite some time. And even Drakuru's betrayal didn't even really turn the tides, per se. But, yeah. Anyways.
What can I do for you?
Alright then, we'll have to collect up the rest and head back to the stand. It's a shame we have to leave so soon. Doesn't quite feel like the job's done here, and quite frankly, I get the feeling that prophet in front of the altar is going to be trouble.
Keep your feet on the ground!
Yeah, like literally using library books for firewood. That's actually a pretty decent idea.
Fight well,
A pretty decent parallel. It's like using the sun as a bullet in a weapon. It'll be really strong for that one shot. Here is Ceratus, aka the Loa of Snakes. Yeah. Now these are Loa, I want to remind you. And I know what you're thinking. Okay, shut up about it, Arch. No, let me explain what I mean by this. Loa aren't mortals. These are dead, their forms are destroyed, but they will eventually reform. So even if this worked out, even if these guys actually had the overall plan to win, you know, even if we actually were able to push back out against the Scourge and defeat the Scourge forever with all this power, which isn't true, but just let's assume it is for a moment. Even if that was true, those Loa are not happy. And they're still alive. They're just in the spirit realm. So how do you think this is going to go over for the trolls who murdered them in cold ritualistic blood? Do you think that the Loa are going to be happy to see them? Are they going to be enjoying their particular... No, this is going to go really badly for them in the long term. So even if this had worked against the Scourge, they were screwed the moment they did this. I'll take that. How many more do I have? I've got enough for one more. Why don't we go ahead and do the Argent Dawn quest really quick, because those don't really chain all that much. I agree with the Magister, by the way. With the Lich King not really trying, I believe they could have held the line for quite some time. And they did hold it for quite some time. But again, it doesn't matter, because eventually that's going to come back and bite them so hard. In fact, we'll be helping the Loa bite them back.
Here there.
Well, it ain't glamorous, but it needs to be done. Me troops have been fighting their hearts out while knee-deep in stagnant water for days on end. That just can't be good for you. What they need is a nice dry fire to dry them out, lighten their spirits. This part of the city's soaked, but the dead roots of these thornwood trees have a way of resisting the moisture. Round some up for us, and we'll be mighty grateful.
Off with you.
As an aside, I do find it's really interesting that that this is pretty much the strongest presence of the Argent Dawn that we see in all of Northrend. Not fighting the Scourge or pushing back against the Blue Flight or dealing with the Horde versus Alliance. No, the single greatest concentration of Argent Dawn in all of Northrend is here at Zul'Drak, of all places. Granted, there's a fairly large Scourge army that was here, but still. Just amuses me. Once again, by the way, this is another example of what I was talking about back in Dragonblight when we were going through in our alliance. This is a medium zone. So once again, now, rather than having us fight, you know, some of the weaker and lesser minions of the Lich King has basically started hitting, you know, he's raised the difficulty up just another notch. Everything we dealt with with regards to Drakuru and the forces that were here, 3 Necropoli were sent to this zone. So this is, once again, still not the full might of the Scourge. He hasn't pushed the difficulty all the way up to heavy or extreme yet. But he has pushed the difficulty up higher because, once again, he's trying to cull the weak and yada yada. It's the same thing he's been doing this whole time.
Interest you on a pint?
You got wood for a fire? Oh, mighty kind of you, mighty kind indeed. Now, you'll be finding old Finkelstein due west of here, just over that rise.
Watch your back.
Yeah, I think desperation best describes the Drakari here. They are screwed no matter what, and they know it. Don't mistake me, I understand exactly why they did such a horrible, desperate act. In fact, the fact that I understand it makes it even more horrifying. They did something they knew would permanently screw them over. And they did it because they just had no other option.
What can I do for you?
Gritty, as my men are, they're still mortal. Wounds and pain diminishes the ability to perform their missions. No amount of training changes a simple fact of life. Thankfully, one of our alchemists has developed a recipe for a salve that binds to the bandages and helps greatly reduce the pains our soldiers experience. The salves require a special poppy these trolls cultivate. Okay, I can go deal with that.
Bless you.
Leave me alone. Go away. What are you... Yeah, go away. I was gonna say, no, I think I'm with Raskor on that one, Nethrazim. The Loa will not be happy about this. In fact, I shouldn't say will not be. We know for a fact the Loa are not happy about this. And the Loa have very, very long memories. They will curse these trolls for generations. I mean, holy crap. Don't forget, we also know for a fact that the Scourge ended up winning anyways. That's something that's revealed in Cataclysm. And in Pandaria, they actually start fielding undead Drakari. Because, you know, the whole Bolvar thing. Yeah, even the more kinder, nicer Loa are like, what the hell, dudes?
King's honor, friend.
Ah, fine specimens. On behalf of my soldiers, I thank you for your efforts.
Go with honor, friend.
You're welcome. Well, You know what? That's a valid point, Nicholas. These trolls might be permanently extinguished. I'm not defending the Loa. Most Loa are generally leaning towards evil anyways. Or, not evil so much as wild. Remember, most Loa are Loa of animals or terrain or whatnot. So, they tend to be more interested in, you know, offerings and sacrifices offered to them. Or, they prefer to be, you know, they care about the land and what's given to them. And not, you know, the little creatures that are on it. So, they're not evil so much as generally uncaring. Is probably a better word for what most Loa are. There are, of course, some evil Loa, and there are some good Loa, too. In fact, we encounter quite a few good Loa throughout the course of this game. Not the least of which being, of course, Cenarius, the big one, but also the Celestial Ancients in Pandaria are all pretty good guys, relatively speaking. Although, the Crane is kind of an ass, if I'm being honest, but anyways. But yeah, I just can't bring myself to agree with you, Nethrazim. I mean, I agree with you on the Loa, but I don't agree with you on this being a relatively good choice for them to make. This, to me, strikes me as one of the most horrifying things in all of the Northrend campaign. I mean that sincerely. The fact that the Drukhari did something like this, just for a chance at holding the line for another day or two, basically. Now, I know it's more than... So another month or two. Another few months of survival is what the trolls bargained for here.
Speak quickly.
Yeah, Nicolau, that's actually a decent way to put it. Just when it seems we were getting things under control, they tunneled right under us and secured the shrine. Now we're trapped between two Nerubian armies, and our predicament is worsening by the minute. At our first course of action, we must stop them from reinforcing. The tunnels must be sealed.
Trust no one.
I can do that. But first, what's this quest over here?
Greetings.
Ah, good, they sent someone. Listen, Morgan, we need a hand here. Our forces were pushed back and we've lost Draxortra to the Scourge. Where they come from is anyone's guess. The point is we need every man we can out there, and some of our best have yet to return from battle. I need you to return to the ruins and try to find our wounded, patch them up, and bring them to me. Okay?
Be careful.
I'll do what I can. We're just gonna have to disagree on that one, Nethrazim, I'm sorry.
Hello. Safe travels.
There it is. Oh, you're a recruit. Oh, screw you. You don't matter. Recruits don't matter. Damn it. There we go. Now, the really interesting thing to me here is not whether or not what the trolls did was right or wrong or good or bad or long-term, whatever.
How are you?
That's something that I can't just, you know, that can be argued forever. That's not really the point. What I find most interesting is that the Zandalari call this foolish and stupid. Now, for those of you not fully versed in Zandalari culture, of all of the different troll tribes, there are no one, anywhere, that are more savage and ends justify the means than the Zandalari. The Zandalari make it a culture out of subjugating Loa. An entire culture of completely subjugating their Loa. And animals, and beasts, and magics, and everything. The Zandalari do not give a damn about anything. And yet they're the ones who were actually helping here to stop these people. They're the ones who are like, oh, how foolish these trolls are to do this thing to their own Loa. I mean, really? Like, the fact that the Zandalari are thinking this is ridiculous to me. But then again, it is worth noting that there is more than one. I mean, again, I am ascribing a cultural perspective to everyone. It's entirely possible that the Zandalari who are here, which I'll remind you, there's like 3 Zandalari in the whole zone. So maybe those 3 Zandalari simply don't agree with the overall perspective of their people. We'll talk a lot more about the Zandalari when we get to Pandaria, of all places, where it's actually quite relevant. Because the Zandalari actually have a lot to do with Pandaria's history. Hey, Sonic. I'm not going to say anything, because... Yeah. Be saved. I will also say this. The desperation...
Good day to you.
Of the...
Have a good one.
Oh, he's following me. Right, right. The desperation of the Zandalari here also kind of helps emphasize something for me. Why people like Drakuru exist. I'm sorry, Norlex. In other words, I could completely state that, you know, Drakuru is just an opportunist, or he just cared about power. But honestly, I am amazed there are not more trolls who willingly join the Scourge here, given the complete no-win scenario they're in. Would you like to be screwed over by your own people? Would you like to be screwed over by your Loa? Or would you like to be screwed over by the Scourge? Or you can willingly join the Scourge. I mean, that's a thing. You know, it's actually really, really logical in its own horrible way that was a conclusion that someone reached, you know? And, yeah, I don't know what else to say about that. That, again, just emphasizes that sheer hopeless just despair of, yep, life is meaningless, and we're screwed. They say if you can't beat them, join them, but that really is a flippant saying that doesn't get across how horrible that concept actually is. You know? I've got you, whatever your name is. Josephine. If it'll ever let me. Nope, it's got a 2-minute cooldown for some reason. Quest items that have cooldowns are terrible. We done yet? Ahem. Okay, let's go. Frickin' quest items with cooldowns. I try, Sonic. I try. Freebird! Shut up! Let's be honest with ourselves. There's only one cool section of Freebird. It's right at the end. The rest of that song, terrible! Where's my bowels and brains? There. Nope. There they are, bowels and brains. Which have the exact same icon as Orca Stew. Yeah, I might as well go and do the rest of the quest while I'm waiting. What is a Loa? Ooh, that's a complicated answer. We're learning even more about Loa even to this day. The recent book, Warcraft Chronicles, has actually revealed a few more interesting tidbits about Loa. The simplest way to explain Loa is they are spirit life. Virtually all forms of spirit life are Loa. Achoo! Thank you for the donation. Victory Coffee. That's this one. So, there we go. So, Loa, right. Now, it's more complicated than that, though. Generally, the way it works is there's not just, like, Loa as a species in the same way that there is for us. Loa exists for things. For example, this tree right here probably has a Loa. I say probably because it's not a guarantee. But for example, this tree could have a Loa. That tree could have a Loa. Now, Loas of much smaller things like that, like a rock or a ground or a tree or whatever like that, they tend to be very weak Loa, but there are hundreds of millions of those kinds of Loa all over the place, right? Now then there are much, much stronger Loa. Usually the stronger, the more widespread your portfolio is as a Loa, the more powerful you are. So for example, a Loa of that tree, very, very weak. A Loa of all trees, very, very powerful. And there's some in-between stuff too. For example, there are Loas of regions. Like there is a Loa of a particular zone or a particular landmass, or like a lake. You know, there's Loas of lakes, there's Loas of oceans, that kind of a stuff, right? So, yeah, quite a few different Loas exist for all these different concepts. These can also be for species. Like there's a Loa of snakes, there's a Loa of nature, there is a Loa of sacrifice, you know, that kind of a thing. And Loas in general have the ability to affect their surroundings, physical surroundings, of course, in addition to the spirit realm. But the amount of the ability they have to affect that varies wildly depending on their relative power levels, as you might imagine. Actually, Schmeidolf, there is a theory that Titans are actually Loas. Basically, that a Titan is a Loa of an entire planet, since we know Titans come from the souls of worlds. That's not that out of bounds, really. So, that's the general idea of what Loa are. Now, Loa really tend to, for reasons we don't really know, care about weird things. Like, Loa like it when you give them fruit, for example, or sacrifices, or blood, or, you know, souls, or even simple things. So people tend to make contracts and sacrifices and offerings to Loa semi-frequently. Most notably the trolls, because the trolls know more about Loa than anyone else does. But it's still a thing, you know, I will offer you this, you give me that. For example, you know that troll regeneration that they have? That actually comes because of a long-term contract with Loa. That's what actually causes that to happen. That can be removed from them. I mean, I could keep going, but I think that's a good general overview of what Loa are.
This had better be good.
We're not out of the woods. Oh, by the way, another Forsaken Argent Dawn member, which I just point out because I always love seeing the racial variety of the neutral faction. I'm telling, give me my army of light. We're not out of the woods by any means, but your efforts have slowed the enemy down. Captain Grongo will have need of you. Farewell.
Beware the living.
So there's a bunch of other quests here, which we should probably do. Now that our tunnels have been sealed, the next concern is recovering those who have fallen to the enemy. With any luck, several of our soldiers are still alive and relatively well inside the Nerubian cocoons.
Goodbye.
Okay, let's turn on this guy real quick.
Need help?
Oh, you saved all of them? Outstanding! Would you consider sticking around the post here? We could really use someone like you.
For the Alliance.
For the Alliance, apparently.
Hey!
Why do I always get the tough tasks to tackle? The Scourge of Kolramas have plague sprayers that are getting dangerously close. You don't want to know what's happening when they start heading this way. I've got an idea how we might bring them down, but first we're going to need something. Something from their own creatures. The Hathramar Skinners put a very strong web that can be put to good use. Bring me back some of their spinnerets.
Right!
I am honored.
When the trolls brought down Kolramas, it crashed next to us to the southeast. Unfortunately, the crash did not destroy the Scourge within. Well, of course it didn't. They're the frickin' Scourge. They're undead. What do you want from them? Sorry. Still, I don't want to understate this. For all the stupidity that I say that the Drakari have, the fact that they pulled off this, the fact that the Drakari managed to do this, is very impressive. They are one of the very, very few races to actually pull down an Acropolis. I shouldn't say races. They're one of the very, very few powers, one of the very few organizations that managed such an accomplishment. So bravo to them. That is not a small task. Also, hi, Eli. Eliad? I don't know how to say her name. Hello, Eli. I'm going to say Eli. Hope that's correct. you can kind of see the pieces of it all over the place. What's funny, though, is they're actually wandering around just kind of recovering by it, which is funny in its own right. It's like, yep, you brought down our necropolis. Ellie. Okay, Ellie. Gotcha. I will say Ellie, then. Gotta get that in my head. Ellie. But yeah, I love how they're just wandering around. Okay, so we lost our necropolis. No big deal. Time to recover from it. That's another very Scourge mentality there. It's also kind of it's another similarity the Scourge have to the Borg, actually. Well, we lost. Time to keep going. Most naturally dangerous without tools or weapons. Of all the playable races? I've heard that a lot this lore run. God, I am so terrible with pronunciations. I'm going to try this real quick. Venetri? Or Venetri? Anyways, I've heard that a lot in this lore run. People telling me that they didn't even realize that there was this level of story or lore within this game. It's all over the place. The only problem is you have to go find it and put it together. Although, WoW has been getting more and more story-focused each expansion. It's actually one of the things I really did enjoy about Warlords. Huge, huge story focus. Most naturally powerful playable race is probably a flat tie in my mind between the Worgen and the Tauren. Some people tend to forget that the Tauren are actually a pretty significant force all in their own right. Worgen are not to be underestimated. I'm also discounting the Worgen curse as part of this. In other words, I'm assuming that you don't just automatically lose to the Worgen because they bite you and you get converted. So, I would say Worgen or Tauren. It'd be a fun fight to watch between the two. Like, get a brawl going on, you know? Equal skill, something like that. For every quest where there's a 100% drop rate, there's one where there's a 20%. I am glad that WoW lore is getting more and more focus over the years, though. In fact, that's one of the reasons I'm really happy about that WoW Chronicles thing. The fact that they feel they have enough support to actually publish a book that's literally just, here's WoW lore. That's pretty awesome. Like I said, Wraith, I'm not sure who I would pick specifically between the two. So it would definitely be one of the two.
What can I do for you? See you around.
I like that quote, by the way. They kill you, and then they eat you, if you're lucky. Yeah, that is true. I probably could, Deutsch. I gotta be honest, if Blizzard approached me and said, we want you to write the definitive version of WoW lore, I'd probably explode with joy. And then I would have to really hold myself back from writing certain things the way I want them to be, rather than the way that I think that they are, or the way that they should be. Don't mind me, just killing lots and lots of Drakari here. I love this, by the way. I always love this. I'm freeing the Drakari. No, not Horde bias. Although I admit I do have some Scourge bias. I freely admit that. Which is funny. I'll tell you one thing that would be in that book. There would be a couple of paragraphs about how incredibly stupid both the Horde and the Alliance are in both Wrath and Kata. I mean, just really, really stupid. God. Both overall militaries are just... And you think it's bad in Wrath. Wait until you see the Southern Barons. You have no idea how stupid these two factions can get. Wait, Hylisk has gone off on a rant. Quick! Quick! Get the Xenophone. Yeah, it could be Hylisk. Lord knows that is one of the things WoW has going for it as an MMO right now. Lore. Ironically. Ah, these Nerubians have taken a heavy toll. Nevertheless, I am grateful for your efforts.
Remember, patience, discipline.
Can I help you?
These spinnerets have to be intact if I'm going to put them together into a device you can use. Ah, these'll do. Now that we're going to need some raw parts so that I can put the launching device together for you.
Alrighty then.
I know one of those plague sprayers crashed somewhere within Drak's Sword to the east of us. Why don't you see if we can find it? Well, these are sticky. I wonder how they shoot the webbing. Ah! No! I webbed myself. It's sticky. My hair. The Time Warp dungeon idea is alright, but since it basically has no lore connotations, it's like, yep, I'm only in it for the mount, and that's pretty much the only reason I care about Time Warped dungeons. Xylon, get back down there. You'll find the leader of Kolramas, Malice the Corruptor, gloating atop the crashed necropolis. Kill him! Bring me his head.
Farewell.
I try, Wraith. Admittedly, I get my own little things going, my own tangents going too, but I always try to be like, this is my thoughts, this is the concrete, and try to separate the two. No, absolutely not, Norlex. No. No more reboots. I'm done with reboots. Sick of reboots. We know that Kolramas, the crashed necropolis to the southeast, was carrying a large amount of ore known as Serenite. My scouts tell me much of the Serenite is strewn throughout the innards of that thing. Eitrig and his friends, back at the Argent Strand, want a bunch of the stuff so they can study it. Okay, I can do that.
Victory for Sylvanas.
Favorite thing I've learned about Legions in terms of pure gameplay? Artifacts. The new artifact system is amazing. I am very looking forward to getting all of my artifacts on every character ever. All 3 or 4 artifacts per character. Yes. Oh, you said least favorite. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said most favorite. Least favorite? Least favorite. Least favorite. I can't think of anything. So I give up. Well, don't forget, we'll be seeing a particular gnome when we get to Icecrown that we've already met before, actually. What the heck is Titan Strike, Permeus? And why is it so quiet all of a sudden? I mean, I know why it's so quiet. It's just, damn it. I love this game, but the zones with no music always bother me a little bit. So you might ask, what is this crap we're picking up? Well, this is Serenite. Simply holding it gives you a queasy feeling. Oh, it's apparently the Beastmaster artifact. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, anyways, to continue my thoughts now that we're done being distracted by whatever that is. These tiny little pieces of ore, just a few little bits of them, are enough to affect us. There's a theory I'm going to toss at you, and it is a theory. But it's not... We as the player characters are surprisingly resilient to the effects of the old gods. Now, there's 3 possible answers for why that is. Let's go over them in order of stupidity. First and stupidest answer, 'cause we're special. That's it. That's the first answer. I gotta be honest, I don't like that answer at all. I like the we are special thing to an extent, but when it's literally just we're special with no reason or purpose, come on, give me something more to go off of. So that's the first possible answer why we're surprisingly resilient to the old gods' influence. Second possible reason that I've come up with. we aren't resistant to the old god's influence. We are actually just as vulnerable to it as everyone else is, and we have been influenced by the old gods this entire time. Third option, and this is the one I personally like to adhere to. We aren't actually resistant to it any more than we are vulnerable to it. Basically, we've been hit by so much old god crap that we're actually a little messed up in the head, that we are effectively crazy, not insane, not delusional, not ranting, not mad, but we are crazy. From all the terrible stuff we've done, from all the horrible things we've pulled off, we are effectively crazed. You know, we're just like, ah, ha, 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 we're going to go succeed and do crazy stuff no one else would even consider to do. And that is us being affected by it. So we kind of are partially nullified to the more severe effects of old god influence because we're already influenced by it in a minor way. That's my take on it. This really comes up in Pandaria, by the way. In fact, my friend Pax has a wonderful theory of Pandaria I can't wait to share with you guys. But yeah, the idea here is that we've been through so much crap, and that we have been through that we've done so much, and it's just that at this point, yeah. I'm not saying we aren't functional. That's not my point. Again, we are crazy, not insane or delusional or mad or ranting or whatever. But we sure as hell do have a lot of interaction with old god things and people and old gods themselves. I mean, seriously. But that's my take on it. Again, we don't actually know for certain. Unfortunately, the most likely answer is the first one I said. We're special! Without any actual answer or reasoning behind it. But, yeah.
I am listening.
I look forward to mounting his head on a pike. Let's see him come back from that. You're the hero of the armor. You deserve some armor. Here, take your gear and go.
Hi, how are you?
Do you have any parts? Huh? Do you? This specialist... Oh,
the specialist steps back a bit when presented with the parts.
Ew! Those things are totally gross. Okay. Hand them over and I'll see what I can do. I probably should have had you take them to a priest first for purification.
You have a great day.
There!
now.
One tangled skein thrower ready and waiting for you to take out those plague spurs. You just aim and let loose. Their webbing should foul up their hover spells long enough for them to crash to the ground, just like Kulramus. Kind of poetic. I like that.
Goodbye for now.
Legion, old gods, or free will. Interesting concept, Wraith. Down you get. Well, that's basically option 3, really, Pyro. I mean, the whole idea behind option 3 is that we are, the individual who was the exception who managed to make it work just because, because of all the crap we've been through. Or to put it in a different way, we are Kirk, not Khan. We went through hell and came out of it with our best. Most other people who go through that hell come out of it with their worst. I suppose that is a different enough variance that I'll go ahead and call that an option 4. So, sure, I'll go ahead and acquiesce to that. It is kind of an interesting thought, Nethrazim. We see quite a few very strong people get broken by the old gods over the years. Twilight Father, excuse me.
My, you're a tall one.
Yay! You're the best, Xylem. I wasn't looking forward to being sprayed with scourge stuff, that's for sure.
I guess I was gonna be hard for those stupid Nerubians to spread their evil now. I want to give you something in exchange for saving my skin. Oh, well, thank you.
Then.
So with that done, we have nullified some of the Scourge efforts over here. What the hell? Oh, I see what happened. And knocked stuff off of our desk. That's a very important part of the plan. Okay, now let's head up here. That is true, Nethrazim. We even had a quest about that here in Wrath. Inner Turmoil, that whole thing in the Howling Fjord. And yeah, we do actually train under someone who helps refine our self-discipline in Pandaria. It's a great quest chain, in my opinion. It's possible there's some combination of these four options that has led to us being as resilient as we are.
Anaria Shola.
You should be happy he's coming, they said. You'll enjoy his company, they said. Well, it's not like I had a choice in the matter. Finkelstein is the Crusade's best alchemist. Suppose I should be honored, but he's chosen my post to set up shop. Ever since he's arrived, I've been relegated to collecting various alchemical ingredients. Say, why don't you give me a hand? Just south of here are some pools where you can get some ectoplasm for me.
Remember the Sunwell.
I'm listening.
I assume by your interruption that you wish to be numbered among those I consider for apprenticeship. A worthy aspiration. Should I someday choose to accept your petition, I must be confident that you can find your way about my laboratory. So I'm not going to do this quest, because I hate you, and I hope you... Ah, shoot, I actually have to do his quest.
Hello.
Fine. What do we need to find? Muddy mire maggots, withered bat wings, amber seeds, and chilled serpent mucus. There's the bat wing. Pickled eagle eggs, knot root, putrid pirate perspiration, ice crown bottled water, probably tastes pretty good. Pickled eagle eggs, raptor claws, pulverized gargoyle teeth, frozen spider ichor, prismatic mojo. What else we got here? Speckled guano. That's a good one right there. Crushed basilisk crystals. Blight crystals. Why does he just have blight crystals here? That's really horrible. Water. Oh no, not root. Chilled serpent mucus. There we go. Is there a batleth in WoW? Technically. Basically, no, there is not. Shrunken dragon's claws, wasp wings. Oh, amber seed. And now I need some muddy mire maggots. What else we got here? Ghoul drool. Still hard to say that. Ghoul drool. No, the thing I'm referring to is the glaives, which are as close to batleths as we get. Ah, that poor guy. So yeah, when we get to Icecrown, the gentlemen working here, we will see them again, and they will die horribly. Just like everyone who gets to Icecrown dies horribly. It's kind of funny how that works out. Like, seriously, they all die. They get here and they're like, we've got this for the whoever we are. Nope, we're dead. Oh, here's the maggots. So yeah, there's a bunch of references he has to this particular series of quests right here. Because this is a daily to get Argent Rep, which I don't recommend doing, by the way.
What is it?
Go away.
Watch over you.
Okay. Why is Azeroth not showing up? Seriously, where's the Warglaves? Oh, whatever. I guess it doesn't... oh, never mind. That's stupid. Of course there would be no Warglaves of Azeroth in Mogget, the Transmog add-on, because you can't transmog legendaries. Whatever. I was going to show off the Warglaves, but those are they. So, yeah. Whatever. No, it's not the class. I even unselected the class thing. Didn't even occur to me. Still a stupid thing, by the way, that we can't transmog legendaries. Still disagree with that. What can I say? I am pro-choice for transmog. And other things. Mostly transmog, though. There's no raid journal for... there's no dungeon journal for the older raids, so basically no is the answer to that. So. Okay. No, it doesn't, Netherseam. Yeah. The earliest raid that's in there, I believe... Actually, that's a good question. What is the earliest raid that's in there? Because I think... Yep, I'm right. It's the Cataclysm stuff. That's the first time there was raid journal entries.
Our enemies will fall. Death to all who oppose us.
Cool factor. I guess? No, I can't agree. I mean, I get the argument, I just can't agree with it. I am, as I said, in favor of options. Okay, so what did you do, Reach? You said hello. Well, hello, Reach. Would you stop spending money on me? It's your birthday, dude. Spend it on yourself. However, for the moment, why don't we go ahead and switch it?
Oh, I have just the thing, Wanderer.
Let's look ridiculous. Anyone ever seen Harry Potter? Just think of them saying, every time this happens, they say, ridiculous! And that's what's happening. If you don't know what I'm talking about, then it's okay. Don't stress it.
May your feet find good trails.
We now look ridiculous. Actually, the blue on that axe looks kind of weird. Let's try something different. Whoops, that's the wrong thing.
Crunchies, lucky doos and root.
Let me try this thing. Nah. Let's just go back to this thing. I think it's best.
Good fortune to all friends of the Grummels.
There we go. Okay, so let's talk to Eitrigue, shall we?
Loktar.
Yes, Death Knight. Please tell me you have the Serenite we requested Captain Rupert to require. Now, funny fact, we've seen Serenite in almost every zone so far. It's had at least a little bit of a presence, but it wasn't even called Serenite until our second zone when we got to Dragonblight. Here is the first time we really start to actually examine what Serenite really is. Can you not feel the pure evil of the stuff? We must use the expertise and magics at our disposal, combined with the power of the holy light, to pierce the veil of iniquity surrounding this tainted ore. Quickly, hand the Serenite to me.
Go with honor.
Love the quote, Reach. I like that idea too, Netherseam. Now we will see why this ore is so important to the Scourge. No, I haven't, Deutsch. Corfax, what can you tell from this Serenite? Serenite, you say? Never heard of it. Looks like pure evil. Kinda is. Let's see how it holds up to the might of my axe! Ka! Ka! Shua! Ki! Shua! My Reaper didn't even scratch it. That's the toughest ore I've ever seen. Rain, Rimbald. What about the power of nature and the elements? Let us see if it is truly impervious. So that's a shaman, specifically, trying to use the power of the elements on it, and a druid using the power of nature on it simultaneously. So that's a druid and a shaman both pouring power into it simultaneously. Nothing. Doesn't do anything. So the Avenger over here, who's a dick, is like, no surprise there. And he's like, ugh. Metz? And Metz is like, what? Etric says, you know what? Fine. Just remember, the power of the Holy Light isn't something to be invoked casually. Wait, what's it doing? Ugh! Clearly this is getting us nowhere. We need to get this Serenite to High Lord Fordring for further study. Thank you for trying, friends. We'll unlock its secrets. Hopefully, before it's too late. In case you missed that, it literally reflected the light. Serenite, ladies and gentlemen. Serenite is a wonderful little plot convenience thing. I shouldn't say plot convenience. It reflects the light, resists the elements, pushes back nature, and is incredibly physically impervious. The only contradiction to it, the only thing that makes it negative to use, is it happens to be crafted directly from Yogg-Saron himself. So anyone who isn't an undead using it probably shouldn't actually use it, because it will have a horribly deleterious effect on anyone who uses it. Now, you might be like, well, what do you mean about the undead? Well, the undead are naturally immune to the Yogg-Saron's influence because I shouldn't even have to explain why. So, the undead use it en masse. Not only because it is incredibly useful and strong and durable and powerful, but to deliberately show disdain for old Yogg-Saron and his old god minions. We will use your most powerful corruptive influence in everything, and you will see just how much Serenite they use when we get to Icecrown. And again, Serenite is incredibly strong in lore. Good reach. I will also have to say, I never liked the fact that we can actually equip Serenite gear in lore. That just strikes me as an incredibly stupid thing, and also just kind of, why would we ever do that? This is basically equipping evil. Just literally putting metal evil on ourselves. Anyways,
well met.
It's about time you got your carcass back here. Thought I'd lost you to the Scourge. Not that it would have been a great loss. If you're going to continue to serve the Crusade, you better make a more impressive showing. Take note, Worgen. Your future patrols will be rewarded based on timeliness. I'm going to look this guy up to see if he's ever in the future so I can smack him in the future. Give me a moment really quick. Nope, he's only here. I'm just going to pretend he died to the Scourge. Bye. He died to the Scourge. Bye.
How you doing, man?
Dead. The Hexar spirit is visibly lowered at the news you bring. They've killed Serratus and drunk deeply of his mojo, to profit especially. We must figure out a way to put an end to him before he drinks too much more.
See ya later.
It's the mojo of the wild gods. This is not good. I have an idea of how to deal with this prophet of Serratus, but first we're gonna have to need some things. The Draxota fields are directly to the south. Because of the stresses on the land from the Scourge and the death of the gods, the wall between the worlds has weakened and the elementals are flooding in. We need precious fluids from their lords. If you combine 3 of them, an elemental tether will be made and one of their lords can be summoned.
Okie dokie.
Whoop, whoop, whoop. Which quest is this one?
Hello.
Ah. Okay, Permeus, if you insist. It's like building your house out of sovereign parts. That's actually a really great parallel. Imagine if we just took a dead Reaper and started making armor out of it. That's pretty much what Serenite is. And just as stupid. Intelligence reports that ever since those water elementals appeared in the Draxorta fields, a number of Drakari shamans have come to try and take control of them. I cannot stress enough, sir, how dangerous that could prove. We do not want them to have water elementals at their disposal.
Farewell.
Then let us kill them for the Horde. Scourge, Dawn, Argent! People, good guys. I'm a good guy. I'm a good guy, I swear. No, that's not what I mean, Reach. I mean, I want you to go grab a chunk out of Sovereign and just mold it into an arm pad, and I want you to wear it. Yes, I am, Kagrab. That's part of the point, yes. And of course, Deutsch gets there before I do. You are on point, sir. Why? I don't even know what else to say to that. This is my bed. It was once an ancient killer robot. I like that. How do I know? Oh, right. So this is another interesting example of Drakari mindset. Remember, the Drakari already have the blood of the Loa, and they have manipulated their Loa into empowering their soldiers and their prophets. They are the new, great, powerful gods. They will kill everything in their path. You know, that kind of a thing, right? Well, the other thing to keep in mind here, though, is they are still in a tenuous position. They're still losing to the Scourge as of now. They are still being pushed back by the Scourge, actively. So I love the fact that they're still seeking other sources of power. So when they see this elemental, these elementals start popping up, they immediately send shamans down to bind them. By the way, that's another interesting insight into Drakari culture. As I've already mentioned, for the Drakari, things are resources to be used. In other words, they're not here to make pacts with the elementals. They're not here to work with the elementals. They're here to bind the elementals. They're here to enslave them. That is true, Raskor. That is true. But it still makes my point for me. The fact that they are so inclined to do whatever they can in order to use everything around them as a resource. That is a very troll philosophy in general. And again, we'll be seeing that once more in Pandaria. I don't know about you guys, but for some reason, something about the Zandalari always was fascinating to me. Mostly because of that mentality. They are much stronger than they really should be because they use anything and everything around them. They don't hold back at all. And it shows in their military, tactical acumen, I guess, for lack of a better term. Oh, I don't know, like a few days, Kagrab. This is a brand new character just for the Lorerun, so it's not long. My actual main has like 400 days on it, I want to say, something like that. You... Really, Magister? Now, Dark Shamans... Well, Dark Shamans are a little bit different than just standard Shamans who... Okay. Let's go ahead and line this up, okay? So there's basically 3 forms of elemental shamanism, okay? This is not arcane magic. Arcane magic can emulate elemental power, but that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about pure shamanistic magic. Elemental magic, to be specific. My main is a Forsaken Warrior, who I've had since BC, I want to say, because of the account thing. So, the first and most obvious form of elemental shamanism is, or elemental magic is, you make a pact with the elements. We actually see a few instances of this. Most player characters are assumed to be this. But for the most part, the idea is you have a a cooperative link, basically. You work with the elemental spirits rather than against them or, you know, using them or whatever, right? So that's the most common form of elemental magic. The second most common form of elemental magic is enforced elemental magic. In other words, you are, excuse me, you are binding them to your will, forcing them down, kind of. In other words, they have no choice but to obey your will. This still is not dark shamanism, by the way. Dark shamanism is actually worse than this. Basically, a warlock without the my minions could kill me if they would. Yeah. The second time, the binding thing is my minions would kill me if I would. In other words, if they lose their binding, if they lose their control over the elements, those elements are immediately going to resist and fight back and probably make trouble for you. You know, the minion that hates you, kind of a thing. The third type is the Dark Shaman. Now, Dark Shamans actively pervert and destroy and distort and pollute and just, ugh! The number 3 types, Dark Shamans, actively ruin elementals in order to basically rip their power out of them. It's actually not unlike what the Drakari here did to their Loa, all things considered. So Dark Shamans are actually pretty damn rare, thank God. But yeah, Dark Shamans don't just bind, they corrupt, actively ruin the elements in order to force them into doing whatever they want them to do.
Can I help you? Have a good one.
It's pretty messed up.
Who you be?
Do you have the precious fluids? Excellent. When combined with the mojo, these fluids will dilute the effectiveness without completely eliminating it. Now, one more thing. Now what we need is something to spike the mojo with. Something that'll make it so when the prophet drinks it, he'll become less powerful. Drakagor lies to the east. There's a mushroom there that the natives call muddlecap. I think that's exactly what we be needing. Bring back lots of them. When we mix them into the mojo, the mind of any who drinks it will be muddled.
Later.
I was going to say, Type 3 feels like Gul'dan's approach to Warlockism, doesn't it? Although, interesting aspect of Gul'dan, he never really used pets, you know, in any particular way. He was always clearly a Destro or a Aflock form of Warlock. Rather clearly and definitively. The mouse over Mog. It's actually the same add-on. It's just called Mog-It. M-O-G-I-T. Teleports you exactly where you want to go. If you aren't too picky. No, we're nowhere near the Lich King. We probably won't even be at the Lich King for another week or so. Sonic Doctor. That's part of the reason I'm still streaming tonight. I technically should have broked for the night. I haven't even eaten yet. But I really want to push through Zul'Drak as best as I can. I kind of think I might be able to finish Zul'Drak tonight. We're really into the full swing of the Drakari story arc now, of them. Pretty much the rest of the story arc of Zul'Drak. In fact, all of the rest of it is going to be us versus the Drakari, and understanding what they did with their Loa, and trying to help the Loa that remain, and the Loa who don't. Because, remember, again, the Loa don't go away. What do we do, Nethrazim? Okay, fair point, Nethrazim. He was the best Demo Warlock ever.
Relax.
Okay.
Seeing ya.
There, I've modified the mojo. Now when the prophet drinks it, not only will he lose some of his power, his mind will be addled by the effects of the fungus. At least, that's the theory. As for how to get him to drink it, might I suggest you simply throw it at him. He'll catch it and drink it given his arrogance. Unless you can kill him, your Argent Crusade is about to come to a terrible end.
Okie dokie.
And yes, I can, Ricky. In fact, I actually already have. But to say it again, that's not Thaddeus. That is Thrime. That is actually multiple storm giants who have been stitched together into one colossal abomination. A siege engine, if you will. I really wish more effort had been done to flesh out, no pun intended, Thrime, because he's one of the most horrifying scourge I've ever seen. I mean, seriously. Hey, you want some more mojo? More mojo, man. No, God. Dead. We're not sure, JDP, but given that Thaddeus was and most abominations are, probably. Most abominations do have a sense of we, after all. Not all of them, though. So... Boop, 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 boop.
Hello, man.
Amazing. You saved our people and the rest of Northrend from his madness. Unfortunately, there's more of this insanity occurring on the upper tiers of Zul'Drak. We Zandalari could use your help, Zidon. We must put an end to what the Drakari are doing to their gods. To the northeast, up the great steps that lead to the next tier, lies Zimtorga, the home of another of the god statues, and a refuge that me people are desperately trying to defend. I'd like you to go there and speak to the witch Dr. Khufu. Be warned, though. The place is under constant attack from the Drakari.
See ya later.
I do have to admit, this is maybe throwing a bone at Raskor here a bit, but I do have to admit, I find myself wondering what things would have gone like if we had ended up helping the Drakari, or aiding the Drakari, or working with the Drakari, rather than basically ripping them apart from the inside. Not that I condone what the Drakari did. I'm one of the people who thinks it's really horrifying what they did to their Loa. Especially since most of their Loa were in, cooperation with them. They had a pact. They were, coordinating. But, it's still, the fact that we're taking down the Drakari isn't really helping anything out, if I'm being honest. And I am, again, surprised that the Argent Dawn is so in favor of that. Although, again, I already explained why. Also, Twilight's, I might play it afterwards, Sonic. It's showing up next Friday, I want to say, I think. I don't know, I've already ordered it. So, meh. Where am I? What am I doing? Aha! I am trying to find this guy right here, because I'm blind.
Hey there.
It saddens me to see the Drakari destroy themselves this way. The power they kill from killing the natural gods is transitory. What's gained in the short run will be lost to them for all eternity. I've been trying to commune with the gods, but the medicine men at the pools of Junalai are performing rituals that are interfering with my attempts. It's imperative we break through their obtrusion. If you were to head southwest, I'm certain you would come across the cauldrons they're using for their magic. Disrupt their cauldrons. Bring down the ritual that's blocking me.
Okie dokie.
And I'll go ahead and grab that quest to do really quick, because why not? I've got the offerings. Here, have some offerings.
How you doing, man?
Here you go. This is another interesting thing about the Loa that I don't know why, but I just find fascinating. The Loa literally like offerings. And you might be like, well, what do you mean? I mean offerings. Fruit and food are the most common offerings given to Loa. But they're Loa. They don't need to eat. They just enjoy things being offered to them. Now, I've actually come up with a way to explain this, but it's a weird parallel. Basically, the idea is the way that we enjoy, comforting warmth or pleasant sights or enjoyable music. It's it's the same thing for the Loa. At least that's the way I interpret it. This is just something that happens to be a pleasing thing to them. There's no real specific thing. You know, it's not like they need this food any more than we need, you know, those kind of luxuries. But they enjoy it the same way we enjoy it. And of course, sometimes they just want random things, or sometimes they want things that have nothing to do with anything. What the Loa ask varies wildly. And sometimes it's very vicious. And sometimes it's very minor. Anybody who out there who's watched Star Trek Voyager, I like to think of the think tank group, who like to roam around and ask for unique things, or things that they want, or things that interest them. They don't ask for things that are valuable to the people they're purchasing from. They ask for things that are valuable to them. Hence the Loa requiring things like, you know, I want this because this is interesting to me. It's just something that I find fascinating. I don't know how better to put that. Yeah, that's the quest to go into Zul'Drak.
Stay away from
we actually won't even be doing that, so I'm just going to pick that up. That's true. Video games are completely useless, and yet people enjoy them too. Yeah, let's not talk about Hakar, okay? Hakar is a bastard of a Loa. Oh my god. He might actually be the single most evil Loa we've encountered so far. And we've encountered some bastard Loa, let me tell you. Ugh. Oh, was it really, Lurker? Wow.
Greetings.
You're thinking what a Hune thinking, man. Some of the Drakari trolls have gathered at the pools of Junalai to the southwest. We be needing to draw out their leaders, and Ahunai knows just how be doing it too. Go in there and kill those trolls. When you kill enough, their leaders show up. When you show up, you do this terrible quest, and it kinda sucks. But it's okay, because you get a candy bar for doing it. No, seriously, check it out. You get a candy bar for doing this quest. You might ask, why do we get a candy bar for doing this quest? Oh, you'll see. You'll see. It will all make sense. I don't know if I would say that he's not so bad after that. It's more like he's willing to tolerate us because there's someone he's more pissed off at than us. Oh, Booze Light, right, the Booze Loa. Given how much of Pandaran society is built around alcohol, I imagine a Booze Loa would be pretty strong. But I gotta be honest, I think there would be something even stronger than a Booze Loa, and that's a Food Loa. Think about a Pandaran Food Loa for a moment. Just think about that for a second. I hate this quest. You gotta kill mobs by the totem. And so you gotta drag them over there and kill them there and then hope that the mob spawns. And this quest kinda sucks, if I'm honest. There are a few sucky quests still, even in Wrath. It's a lot better than BC, though, I'll tell you what. I'm very happy to be out of Outland. The funny thing, of course, is if it was a true Pandaran Loa, it'd probably be like, hey, everything is okay. There's no need to sacrifice anything to me. Let's just all enjoy life. Yeah, Hakar was messed up. The things he enjoyed were messed up. In fact, it got so bad with Hakar that the reason the trolls stopped following him as a Loa is because of the fact that he was killing so many people. So many that it was actually starting to affect the population. They were starting to run out. They were starting to run out of people to sacrifice. That's how bad things got under Hakar. It was ridiculous. Hakar is probably the single most evil Loa we've ever encountered. A Loa of life itself? Man, I don't know. Wait, what? Oh, yep, that's right. It shares now. It shares. So we've got the treasure of Kutusoba. Ah, crap, I just missed the other treasure, too. Gosh darn it. Oh, well. Yeah, Hakar is also probably... let me think about that.
I would say Hakar is at the very least on the level of the Celestials. So, he's pretty damn strong. I mean, he is clearly and demonstrably pretty damn strong. I'm debating if he's stronger than Cenarius, who I automatically was thinking of as the most powerful Loa that we know of. Cenarius basically being the Loa of nature. So, there's no W, by the way, Nicolas. I keep thinking you're saying Iowa, and I keep thinking, huh? What the heck is he talking about? I could tell you about how awesome it was the last time I was ever in Alterac Valley. My favorite Northrend zone? Ice Crown. Bam. Instantly. Don't even have to think about it. Ice Crown for the win. Second favorite, Storm Peaks. Again, bam. Oh, there he is. So, we're supposed to get all these people's treasures. So we get the treasure of Kutsube, which is a bunch of gems. We get the treasure of Gawani, which is lots and lots of gold. I'll go ahead and tell you right now, the last treasure is candy bars. I'm serious. The last treasure we get is candy bars. That's why one of the quest rewards for this quest is candy bars. So I just remembered after watching that gnome that they actually changed this quest. Thank God. You no longer have to actually kill them by the totems. You just have to kill them in general and it'll spawn them. If there are, I am not aware of them, Schmeidolf, but I'm not saying there aren't such a thing. Hey, it's a treasure. Candy bars should be treasured. I'm partial to Butterfingers, for example. There it is. I'm gonna take your treasure, mon. And your treasure be... Wait, where... There it is. Candy bars? Anyways. Yep, we did that. Oh, why is Ice Crown my favorite? Amazing music, amazing visuals, amazing quests, amazing story, amazing everything. It's just universally amazing. So I guess that would be my answer to you. Sorry, I didn't see your second question.
Hello, man.
Yes, I can already feel the difference. Thank you. Let's see if we can make contact with the gods now.
See ya later.
Holy crap! It's all the ones from, Amani. The spotted ones must be sought. Their fates are intertwined. But she is chained. A way must be found to free her. To her altar, this mortal must travel. What they must do will not be easy. In the end, it may prove impossible. But try they must, or all will be lost. The Drakari will be the death of both themselves and their gods. And yes, that would be Janalai, Aklazan, Halazi, and Nalarok, a.k.a. the spirits, the Loa that we encountered back in Zul'Drak.
How you doing, man?
The scalper thinking that you be his kind of wargin. What's these candy bars doing in here? What do we do with this, man? Here, you can have them back. The Gorda be sending you northwest of Draknambwa to get her more stuff for her defenders, if she hasn't already. While you up there, Ohune be wanting you to destroy the rifts those elements are pouring out of. Last thing we need is for them to be attacking us.
Spirits.
I can do that. Oh, what do you want me to do?
Hello, man.
We captured these elementals from nearby, and I have plenty of defenders now, but it takes a great deal of power to make them strong enough to stand up to our enemies. The frozen earth at Drakmabwe to the northwest has what I need to maintain our defenses.
Later.
I actually am not in the Legion Alpha yet, which is very strange. I know it sounds arrogant, but the truth is I have been in almost every beta of every MMO ever, and I've been in a lot of alphas of a lot of MMOs ever. So it's very strange to not actually be in the Legion Alpha yet. Especially at this point. I should have gotten in months ago.
Bye-bye now.
42, Bragwin?
Talk to me.
I overheard you are going to see the well-being of Harkoa. good luck to ya. I was wondering if while you're in the vicinity of the altar, you'd be willing to recover the relics. I do not require many. It's only a short trip to the southeast.
Later.
I don't want you to give me money, but I doubt we're going to get the attention of Blizzard to get me into the beta, or the alpha, excuse me. And hello, Free Eddie Wolfsk.
What you
I
want?
hope I'm pronouncing that right. I'm not sure how to pronounce it.
The gods have spoken, Xylom. We now know what you must do. You must go to the altar of Harkoa to the southeast and speak with the leopard goddess.
Be seeing ya.
But first, we're going to actually go do this stuff really quick. Legion is supposed to be coming out by September. That's the only announcement date we actually have right now. So that's all we've got going as far as an actual release date. Oh, right, I'm supposed to kill these two. Whoops, whoops. This is a wonderfully pragmatic situation, by the way, just to give you an idea. So, these are wild elementals that have been summoned by the Drakari because they're trying to summon as many elementals into this area as possible for reasons we'll get into in a minute. And so all of these wild elementals are the ones the Drakari are trying to bind. Now, the Zandalari here have actually made pacts with their elementals, and they are actually using the essences of the wild elementals in order to empower them, which also helps to further their contract with those elementals. Just a thing that amuses me there, the way that lines up. I am amazed these mobs are still, like, green. Hell, these mobs are yellow now, in some cases. Wow. Of course, you know, I'm not 80... Am I 81 now? Oh my god, I am. I'm 81. At some point, I'll be 82, but hopefully not too soon. I don't want to hit 85 before I'm done with Northrend. Although I've only got one zone left in Northrend after this, so... I don't think I'll hit 85. I hope I won't hit 85. We'll see, it doesn't matter. Hey, I'm not that old. Yet. Not until the time loop is completed. Then I'll be super old. Holy crap. Yeah, when did I hit 81? I don't remember. I guess it doesn't matter. I didn't miss a ding, did I? I would hate to miss a ding. I'm trying really hard to get all of those. I don't remember, I think is the best answer, Nicolas. Or am I Mirazond, Noralex? The current level cap is 100. Soon to be 110. Yep, let's go do that stuff next. Oh, you're right. I actually made a note of that mentally, and I forgot to actually put it down. So let's add the mortal counter there. I'm amazed we're only up to 41. But of course, every given expansion, we're going to see a bunch at the end when we do the endgame raids and instances and stuff. Hello, Simethius. What's up? Excuse me. So here we are, the Altar of Harkoa. First thing I want you to notice is immediately this place is actually much less devastated than the other areas around here. Why is that? Because she's not dead yet. This is the other reason, by the way, that I presume, and again, this is a presumption, that the killing and the sacrificing of the Loa is such a devastating thing, because it has such a violent effect on the terrain as well. So, again, this kind of, it gets across, no, I am not a Mythic Raider. This, once again, gets across the idea that killing these Loa to sacrifice for them power isn't just a bad idea because of the Loa will damn them forever thing. It's also because of the whole, we're destroying our terrain thing, you know? It has been argued that the Drakari would be wiped out if this was taken to its logical extent. Also, so yeah, there's one of the spirit beasts that we can actually tame as a hunter. I don't have one of these because I've never bothered to get one. Loquina or Holaqua or something like that is the one that you actually can find around here. Yes, I know, Permeus. Listen closely, little Worgen. Time is of the essence. I am the last of the gods to be subdued, so we must first attempt to free the others. Bound by the magics of my subduers, I am unable to discern their fates, but first I would ask that you do me a kindness. Already the Drakari turned my magic against me. They have transformed my offspring into monstrosities. Take one of my whiskers, slay my children, use the magic to release them from their nightmare, and bring them back to life. Only temporarily, Deutsch. Sorry. To my knowledge, there is no permanent spirit beast mount. Just the pet. I do not have the spectral tiger, no. I never really got into the WoW card game. I was actively playing Magic the Gathering at the time. I have a few rare mounts, but none that rare. Oh, right. I get you, Permeus. Yeah, I gotta be honest, Cataclysm alone is probably gonna, like, double the Mortals counter. So many elements, so many minions of the old gods. Yeah, we're gonna be like, oh, mortal. We should make, like, the real language of the old gods is just the word mortal said over and over. That's really what it is. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about, Nethrezim. I don't have any rare mounts. I feel so weird being on that mount with this transmog going on. Also, yay, I finally get quality options. Took me all day, basically. I mean, seriously, how long have I been streaming right now? For, like, 5 hours, something like that. I still haven't gotten food. I might just go with taquitos, because that doesn't involve me having to get up for that long. Four hours, 42 minutes. I was close. The funny thing is, this Loa doesn't actually ask anything of us, even though, under normal circumstances, she probably could and would. Because, you know, she's already so pissed off about this situation, and is actually in danger, that she actually needs our help. I love the silent juxtaposition of that. The idea that a Loa has to make a bargain with us, because it needs our help. It's a quiet little thing that most people don't actually consider. Ooh, double black olives. One thing I keep meaning to do, and I've never gotten around to it, is just buying a thing of black olives from the store, and then ordering like a pepperoni pizza, and then black olives on the pizza. Ow. I suppose I should order something if I'm going to. Give me one moment, guys. In fact, hang on. For those of you watching at home on YouTube, we'll be right back.